I see the polarization in the community on this topic. And I did this show last week and the subsequent call-in show this week to try to bridge that polarization and make people realize it does not have to be present as long as we're being honest with ourselves.
Now let's jump into the main topic of discussion, which is called Least Harm Possible, Plant-Based Nutrition versus Carnism Revisited. Now, the title is Revisited because, again, I covered this topic, and I want to go back and say some more things about it and clarify some of the things that I talked about. And what I want to start by basically putting this meme up here that I downloaded from the internet. Okay, a lie doesn't become truth, wrong doesn't become right, and evil doesn't become good just because it's accepted by a majority. Okay, lots of things are accepted by the majority. The slavery of humanity through government is accepted by the majority. It still doesn't make it moral. It still doesn't make it right. It still doesn't make it good. Okay. Conventional wisdom is almost always wrong. It's almost never wisdom, and it's almost always wrong. Okay? So just because most people think a certain way doesn't mean that it's the correct way of thinking or being in the world. Okay? Now, that being said, I'm going to try, as I did in past weeks, you'll hear me say very harsh things, get as offended as you want. Okay? I'm not going to mince my words, but I'm also going to strive to strike some form of a balance between telling people the truth, which is going to be harsh, and being at least compassionate enough toward other people's situations to understand that not everybody is there yet and not everybody understands yet. Okay? That's why I'm doing this topic again, to revisit what I consider a very important topic. And we're going to get into so many different dynamics of it, and many others callers will bring up and probably remind me of that I didn't cover. Okay? But again, the main thing here is the morality aspect. I'm not so much even talking about it from a position of diet and nutrition. I'm going to get into that. Okay? That's important. Okay? However, the main thing I want to cover is the moral aspects and implications of how human beings eat and what that does on this planet. So, the truth doesn't change just because you don't want to hear it. I want to say a couple of things regarding this dynamic, okay? Regarding the dynamic of most people are closed-minded to the truth. They don't want to hear it if it conflicts with their pre-existing belief or what they themselves have come to understand through their limited amounts of research and think that they know in its fullness. Okay, so they've made a conclusion based on often what is cursory researching and reading headlines about things instead of really deeply delving into articles and books. Okay, and then doing testing in the real world themselves to test what they read. Okay, most people hear things and make a judgment about it. Okay, based on their pre-existing belief system. That's called a religion. Okay, so what we try to do here is break down religious belief systems and thought because they are holding us back from an understanding of the truth. So if you find yourself being triggered by things that I'm going to say in this podcast, you should ask yourself why you're emotionally triggered. Are you emotionally triggered because what I'm really saying is wrong, bad, evil, etc.? Okay? Or are you emotionally triggered because you recognize the truth in it, perhaps at even at a subconscious level, but even at a partially conscious level, you recognize that your thoughts, emotions, and actions are not in alignment with that truth, and therefore you're reacting with anger instead of actually listening and saying, it is possible for me to change because my actions are a choice. Okay? But to do that, the ego has to get out of the way. Okay? The ego must be calmed. The constant jibber jabber of the thoughts that bounce around in the human mind have to be partially allayed and set down so that you could actually hear what's being said. Because another dynamic of this slide is most people don't hear what's being said. I've said this over and over and over again on this show. Most people hear what they want to hear. They don't actually listen to the words that are leaving the person's mouth. They're waiting to talk. Their mind is racing, thinking about other things. In order to learn, you must learn how to listen, to truly listen, not just hear the words, but to truly listen to what's being said as it is actually being said. not interpreting it according to your internalized definitions or preconceived notions about what you think is being said, but actually listen to what is being said. That's part of teachability. That's called the part of what's called the teachability index, the ability to learn by way of being taught by someone else. Okay? So keep that in mind as we move forward in this whole series. I'm going to bring back a few slides from the first episode that I did on this topic. Okay, I believe, again, it was episode number 122. So, this is a controversial matter. And when we break down the word controversial into its etymological roots, we get the prefix from Latin contra, which means facing, face to face, up against. Okay? And then the verb verso versare. The verso is the first person present tense, and then versare is the infinitive form. So it means to change, to alter. Okay? So when we put them together, the word controversial literally means, from its etymological definition, face to face with changing, coming face to face or confronting, having to change. Okay? That's why topics that are hot button topics with people are controversial, because it involves a dynamic whereby one side or the other involved in the dynamic must come face to face with changing oneself. And that's one of why it's controversial topics are one of the most uncomfortable topics to discuss. So is this a controversial topic? Yes, absolutely it is. Okay? Is there a truth regarding it? Yes, there is a truth regarding it. That truth is knowable. It is not an unknowable dynamic, what proper nutrition for a human being should be. Okay? And I'm not claiming to know everything there is to know about every dynamic of nutrition, but I do know the dynamics that involve morality. That's what I would consider myself, someone who is extremely knowledgeable on that. And I wasn't always. I'll tell you what I was like in the past as we go through this presentation. I was one of the biggest carnivore meat eaters that you could possibly imagine. Trust me, I'd put you down when it came to going toe-to-toe eating meat. Believe it. Talk to the people who know me from my past and ask them how I could eat and how much meat I could eat. Okay? You would not even be able to conceive of it. And I'll tell you some anecdotes later in the presentation. Okay? And I was able to change. I was able to reverse a lot of health issues. I was able to really, come into a much better state of health and energy. Okay? So this presentation is about nutrition and morality. And there is a truth regarding what human beings should and should not eat. That is not an opinion. Okay? And it is not just a lifestyle choice. There is a truth morally regarding this. Get as offended about that statement as you want. It will never make it untrue. There is a moral reality regarding what we should be fueling our bodies with and what we should not. Okay? Now, I'm not here to be totally judgmental. I'm not a militant vegan. I'm going to talk about militant vegan and how I stand against that position later on. Okay? I make this as a personal moral choice for myself, my dietary choices. Okay? And I am a vegan because of that. Okay? I engage in a plant-based diet. I don't even know whether I want to use the word vegan because it has religious connotative charge to it, that word in the modern world. Okay? I'll still say, yes, I am vegan. Okay? But I don't want it to mean what a lot of people think being vegan means, which many people think it means being militantly vegan, which I am not. Okay? And we're going to get into that dynamic later. But what we choose to fuel our bodies with has absolutely everything to do with morality under natural law. This show is about what natural law is and what natural law is not. Okay? We're going to talk about that dynamic next. Okay? So, the human diet my whole take on what the human diet should be about is not a position of extremity. It's a position of balance. But balance doesn't mean doing harm to other sentient beings. That's not a position of balance. That's a position of violence. And that's an extreme position. Okay? And again, I'm not saying anybody needs to make this change overnight. This is another thing. People will hear one saying and they won't listen fully to what they're saying. They won't understand. I am trying to help people to understand where the morality of this issue lies, and then make a decision to slowly, over a period of time, change themselves, change how they think about it, and change who they are. Okay? I never have told anybody to change their diet immediately, and never would. You'd be doing harm to somebody else by telling them to do that. So no one can find anywhere on any media where I've ever told anybody to change overnight. Never. It's never happened, and it never will happen. Okay? So I'm going to talk about that dynamic a little bit later. Okay? So I'm also going to talk about fad diets regarding this, and extreme diets that people say, oh, never eat this kind of food, never eat that kind of food. Go on this type of a high carb, low carb, high glucose, low glucose. All these fad diets are nonsense. I'm going to get into that. Okay? We should be taking a balanced approach when it comes to natural food. Truly natural eating means, as much as possible, eat the food that nature grew, unmodified by man. Okay? You could cook some of it, okay, but you want to have most of it being raw. Okay? And then you want to do juicing and blending, which we're going to get into as health benefits of what many people don't do. And that's why they don't enjoy optimum health. Okay, so I'll be getting into juicing and blending later also. Now, this is an issue of natural law. Okay, this is an issue regarding morality, and therefore natural law comes into play. What natural law is a set of universal, inherent, objective, non-man-made, eternal, and immutable conditions which govern the consequences of behaviors of beings with the capacity for understanding the difference between harmful and non-harmful behavior. The understanding of natural law is centered upon bringing our own conscience into alignment with objective morality. This means definitively knowing which behaviors are rights because they do not cause harm to other sentient beings, and which behaviors are wrongs because they do cause harm to other sentient beings. So when we take what we eat into account, there is a question that must be asked. Did we harm another sentient being in order to procure what we are taking into our body as fuel? And that's the only question that really one should ask when it comes to determining the morality of the human diet. The only one, as we're also going to get to a little bit in a couple slides. Okay? So this is a moral issue, and it is all about the aggregate morality of human beings. So this factors into it. In the aggregate, how many human beings believe government should continue to exist, and therefore slavery should continue to be enacted upon the human population? The vast overwhelming majority. Overwhelmingly, there are more carnivores, carnists, I would call them. People who believe in the religion called Carnism, which we're going to talk about and define on the show today. Then there are people who eat a plant-based diet, as nature intended. Okay? Overwhelmingly in the aggregate. So what is that doing karmically? We're going to talk about that. Okay? When you see the suffering of animals, how many animals are suffering needlessly every single day at the hands of human beings? All of this goes into the etheric field, the energy field of the earth, and karmically has an effect in the aggregate on human beings. Okay? And what we then must undergo and experience as a consequence of our collective behavior. Okay, so moving to the next slide, what natural law is not. This has absolutely nothing to do with any of these things. Darwin's theories regarding macrobiological evolution, the Darwinian notion of the survival of the fittest, the so-called law of the jungle, the so-called natural order. Any and every aspect of human-made law, including common law, so-called common law. But here's the one, this second to last one, that's highlighted in red that we're really going to be talking about here today. Natural law has nothing whatsoever to do with any aspect of the behavior of the entire animal kingdom for any creature with less cognitive development and capabilities than a human being. Natural law only applies to human beings. Natural law does not apply. The consequential laws of behavior do not apply to the animal kingdom other than human beings, because they do not have a complexified brain capable of truly understanding the difference between right behavior and wrong behavior and being able to express it. Okay? through their language because they don't have language. Okay? That doesn't mean that animals cannot exhibit forms of morality, which I'm going to show you they most certainly do. Okay? But it doesn't mean that we should apply the standards that could be applied morally to the animal kingdom to the human kingdom. This would be a complete ridiculous logical fallacy to say because animals behave a certain way, humans should also behave that way. No, we are not just animals. We are not just any other animals. We are special in the animal kingdom. As I talked about, the family Hominidae in the whole classification system of life only contains Homo sapiens sapiens. And that is why we are the only animal that is capable of being bound by natural law, because we are the only animal that has the capability to understand the difference, truly understand the difference between right behavior and wrong behavior, between which actions are rights because they don't cause harm and which actions are wrong because they do cause harm to other sentient beings. Okay, so understand the laws of the jungle, the so-called survival of the fittest and so-called natural order when it comes to the animal kingdom has absolutely nothing to do with natural law. The phrase natural law means what I defined it as on the previous slide. It has nothing to do with animals. Natural law has nothing to do with animals except whether human beings should be eating them or not. Then natural law absolutely applies. But natural law has absolutely nothing to do with animal behavior. Let me say that again a couple more times. Natural law has absolutely nothing to do with animal behavior, meaning animals that are not human beings, that are of a lower classification than human beings when it comes to the complexity of the brain, of the central nervous system, of the abilities, the capabilities of that being. Okay, that's why they are in the animal kingdom lower than Homo sapiens sapiens on that scale of complexity. That doesn't mean that they don't have rights like we do, but we are a more advanced and complexified being, and obviously having more capabilities when it comes to language, creativity, technology, even our spirituality and emotional dynamic range of emotions, complexity and thought. You can go on and on and on with everything that separates animals and human beings. Okay? And then you can go on and on and on with everything that separates the entire animal kingdom from the plant kingdom, which we're also going to talk about because people make the fallacious argument that because plants live, that, people who engage in a plant-based diet are causing harm unto plants. Okay? When they don't, because they don't understand the complexification of life and how there are scales and orders to that. And that's why we and animals, okay, are going to be held to two different moral standards when it comes to natural law. Animals, it's not going to apply to them, but it's going to apply to us. Okay, so our food choices are going to have natural law implications. All right, so once again, natural law has nothing to do with the behavior of animals lower than human beings. I can't stress that enough. It does not apply and it does not have anything to do with them, if you understand it properly. There are people who will disagree with that, and they don't understand what I am referring to as natural law. They have their own thought about what it is, and their definition, their internalized definition is incorrect about what natural law is and is not. I've made this abundantly clear on past shows. So, what does a plant-based diet conflict with? Okay? If we should be eating a plant-based diet that is naturally growing from the earth, okay, what is the thing that is standing in the way of us aligning our behavior with nature? It is a religion. As every other thing that causes harm in this world has its roots in religious thought. Okay? So carnism is a religion. We are not born carnists. We are not born people believing that we should be slaughtering animals and eating them for our food. Okay? If you don't believe that, don't indoctrinate a baby into eating meat. And when they grow up to be a young child, see how they react to the killing of an animal to eat it. They would be horrified by it. Okay? When I was at Anarchapulco and watched Gina Carr's presentation that I talked about before, she showed a video of a girl, trying to free, I believe it was a turkey, could have been a duck, I'm not sure, in some third world country from somebody who was trying to hold it down and cut its head off with an axe. Okay? And I think it was a turkey or a chicken. And this baby was crying and finally got it away from the person and, wanted it to go free because they recognize that we don't need to do that. It's unnecessary to do. Okay? And most people see that, especially from when they're young. But then it's beaten out of us, and carnism is beaten into us. That compassion is beaten out, and carnism is beaten in. It's a religious, dogmatic belief system. Carnism is a dogmatic religion based entirely upon violence, because that's what has to be done for people to eat the flesh of animals. Violence has to be conducted upon them. The main belief system of carnism is that it is morally justifiable and or necessary for human beings to kill animals and eat their dead flesh. Okay, now, first of all, if you saw what the meat that we're really eating looks like before it is quote unquote dressed, most people wouldn't eat it because it has the absolute color of death. Okay, it would be looking like you're eating a zombie carcass if you ate meat as it really would look if it was shipped to the supermarket without the dressing of the meat industry. And just look up what that's called, okay? I'm not really going to talk about it much in this presentation, but it's called dressing meat, okay? The process of dressing meat. Literally, they're dressing it up to make it look like something other than what it really is. The red coloring, that's not what meat really looks like. That's not what anything that is being consumed that came from an animal looks like. It's often pale gray to even a black color, to a dark gray or even black. Okay? They inject it with dyes to make it colored that red color. Okay? So most people would be horrified if they looked into the meat industry. Look up the documentary called Earthlings. Okay, Earthlings was the documentary that started to really wake me up about what's going on with carnism. Okay, look up Dr. Melanie Joy. There's another individual to look up regarding the belief system called carnism, and I would also recommend the work of Gina Carr. Okay, so and there's many others, many others. Okay, too many to go into in this presentation because I have too much to get to. All right. But that's what carnism is. And I define this as a religion, and it is what I call the ultimate expression of domination. This is dominion over others. That's what it is, which is what human beings do not have. We think we have it, but we don't have it. We should only have dominion over ourselves, which is where freedom ultimately leads. When we have dominion over ourselves, we enter a state of being free. That's what the word freedom really means. Okay? We don't have dominion over ourselves. We can't even control our own animalistic tendencies and behaviors. Okay? And the urge to kill. The bloodlust that's within us, most of us. Okay? But we certainly don't have dominion over other creatures that are not us, including the animal kingdom, including other human beings, and including the animals of the animal kingdom. Okay? Anybody that thinks that is a religious nut, that believes a wrong interpretation of the Bible because it never says that we are given dominion over the animals, ever, anywhere in the Bible. And it never says we should be using them for sources of our food. It says take the fruit of, the trees and every fruit bearing and tree and plant and its seeds, etc., and use that as your food. That's what it actually says in the Old Testament, believe it or not. And I know most fake-ass Christians won't bother to look it up because they only go by what their fake-ass Christian preacher told them at their fake-ass church on Sunday. Okay? That's all they give a shit about. They have a religion, the truth be damned. What God intended be damned. What nature intended be damned. They just go by what their Bible-thumping preacher told them, or their church. The dogmatic religious belief system of their church told them. We're going to get into that. The whole false religion argument of carnism. Because there's tons of justifications for this religion. Okay? The so-called normal, natural, necessary argument provided by carnists and the meat industry is provably false and immoral meat industry propaganda. All right? Carnism, or killing animals and eating their dead flesh, is not normal, it is not natural, it is not necessary. People will make a billion arguments. Oh, our ancestors had to do this, 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 and this. In survival situations, it is not meant to be done all the time. See, this is the whole thing that people have to understand. There's a difference between a total dietary pressured survival situation for a short period of time and what you should be habituating and doing indefinitely. Okay? That's why this became a religion, because probably out of cataclysms that happened in the past, dietary pressures were exerted in our environment upon us, and we had to engage in carnistic practices for a short period of time. The problem is we made it a dogmatic religion and kept doing it. Okay? And then people will argue the point, well, what about the Eskimos way up there in the North Territories that, don't have access to being able to grow on fertile land? And I've made the claim, what makes you think that's where human beings should be living? The whole dynamic of if you can freeze to death by going outside, maybe you shouldn't live in that region of the earth. Maybe your older peoples migrated to that region and again, maybe driven there through environmental pressures, but we're not meant to stay there and live and inhabit and make habitable places there. Maybe we're meant to live in the temperate zones of the earth. Okay? That's why they're the temperate zones of the earth. That's why different climatic areas and regions of the earth exist. Okay? For certain things to thrive in certain areas. Human beings are meant to thrive in certain areas of the earth. And that'll be rejected by people. Okay? Just about every aspect that I bring up in this entire presentation, I'm not naive enough to think there's going to be somebody somewhere who's going to have a problem with every aspect of it. Okay? And I'm going to tell you that is because they haven't done enough looking and they haven't done enough research and they haven't gathered enough knowledge. They haven't gathered all their grammar. They haven't understood what the gathering of that data means by performing the actual processing upon it to come to the logical conclusion. And they certainly aren't spreading the knowledge by telling this truth to other people through rhetoric, okay? Through spreading it through speech, telling the truth to others. If it were being done, much, much more of the world would be reducing the suffering of animals. And I'm telling you, that's nowhere near happening. Nowhere near happening. As many people go plant-based, that many more people are born and continue to eat meat. The percentage doesn't really change. Okay? And the suffering of animals, more animals are suffering today than ever have been in the entire history of the earth. And guess what? This is part of the worldwide and continuous season of sacrifice. Because what's really going on year-round, worldwide, is the altar of sacrifice is constantly flowing with the blood of animals. And it's constantly flowing with the blood of human beings through war and sacrifice rituals that take place year-round. But I'm telling you, it's happening every second of every day through the mass slaughter of animals. It's a bloodletting, satanic, endless ritual. An endless, satanic, bloodletting ritual. That's what carnism really is. Let me say that again. You want to know what carnism really is, more so than just a dogmatic religious belief system? It's an endless, satanic, bloodletting ritual. That's what it really is. Whether you accept that or not, nothing will ever make that untrue. That statement is eternally true and will never be untrue. The practice of carnism is an endless, satanic, bloodletting ritual. Okay? And trust me, the people who are the high priests of that religion, the Satanists and dark Luciferians of our world, absolutely are overwhelmingly just brimming with joy that this sacrifice ritual goes on nonstop every single second of every day throughout this planet. Now, what is that doing? Okay, now let's go back to the slides. I want to show you the entire truth about this dynamic, and it's the only truth anyone ever needs to know about this dynamic. It's the only question that ever needs to be asked. Natural law truth regarding animal life. Eternal natural law truth regarding animal life. To know the moral truth, we need only ask ourselves one simple question regarding the practice of carnism. And that question is about property and property rights, ladies and gentlemen. All rights are property rights. Your life is your property. Your rights are your property. Your physical property is your property. Okay? Every violation of rights under natural law is a violation of property rights. All right? So the only question that needs to be asked is a question regarding property. Do the lives of other beings belong to us to take? And then what humanity needs to do is ask that question and then answer it honestly. Answer it honestly. And I should say other sentient beings. Sentient beings. There is a difference between sentient and non-sentient beings. Animals are sentient beings. And as we're going to talk about, plants are not really sentient beings. There are many who make the claim that plants are sentient. Plants have a biological instinct response mechanism to certain stimuli in the environment. But that does not make them sentient in and of itself. Plants are not sentient. Animals are sentient. There are many people who think animals aren't sentient. In the year 2019, there are people who would say animals are not self-aware creatures, that they are not sentient and don't have a form of identity. Yes, they are more group-thinking type animals, responding more to instinctual stimulus response mechanisms than are human beings, which are much more individuated, but they absolutely have a range of emotions, a thought process, have the ability to feel pain and empathy, and they are imbued with spirit. That is why they're called animals. The word animus in Latin, anima animus, means soul. An animal, to be an animal means that you have a soul, that you are imbued with spirit. And that's why we call them animals, because animals means you can move independently of the earth. You're not attached to the ground or reliant upon the earth, the ground itself, to take your nutrient sources. Okay, that's why plants are different than animals. We're going to get into that difference between plants and animals. Okay, and why the whole argument that, plants are just like eating plants is just like eating animals. No, it's not. It's not the same thing. And I feel bad for people who don't understand that it's not the same thing. It's a 100% complete difference, as we will see. So here's the problem, folks. This question isn't being asked, and it's certainly not being answered honestly. It's not being answered honestly. Okay? I want to tell an anecdote about a friend. Okay? Now, I don't even want to mention the person's name. Maybe I'll bring this individual on for an interview, perhaps. Maybe I could bring him on for, an interview, and then we could take questions about this dynamic. But a friend of mine tried to go vegetarian a couple of times and failed at it, not because, of any other reason that he had cravings for meat and wanted to continue to eat the way he had always eaten. Okay? So the person just said, I'm not strong enough to do this. That's being honest. That's it. I'm not telling anybody, beat yourself up over not being vegan today. Okay? One, it's a process. You don't have to do it immediately. All right? I'm going to talk about that. That's how most people fail at eating a plant-based diet. They do it too quickly. And they throw their body into shock, into a form of shock. Okay? So, all I'm asking for is honesty, folks. That's it. I'm just saying acknowledge where you're at, acknowledge what the truth is, acknowledge what the moral position is, and then try to move toward the moral position. And maybe you will be able to, and maybe you will fail. And then you acknowledge that, and you're honest with yourself about that. I fail in many ways that I try to be better. I try to be less angry with people. I fail at that every day, folks. Okay? I still strive to try to control my anger and hatred toward other people because of their ignorance. I struggle with that on a daily basis. But I'm not a liar to myself about it. I don't say, oh no, I don't have that problem. I have that problem. Okay? I recognize it as an issue that I should work upon for myself. And that's all I ask of anyone. I don't demand perfection of people immediately. If we are moving toward what is right, that's good enough for me. But we're not. That's the problem. See, the biggest statement that I just said there was the word if. That was the most important word. If we are moving toward what is right and better for humanity, that's wonderful. But we're not doing that as a species. We are not doing that. That is not happening. That's happening in tiny little isolated pockets of humanity. But it is not happening with humanity as a species in the aggregate. And that's why freedom in the aggregate is being destroyed. That's the only question that one needs ask right there on the screen. And it needs to be answered honestly from where we're really at right now, not lying to ourselves, because that's the first step of occult initiation. And there's the correct answer. We're having a technical issue, folks. Give me one moment to resolve this. And I apologize, but sorry. Okay. I apologize for that. I don't think we stopped streaming, but there was a glitch that happened with my producer, and no worries. So let me step that back one moment and take that again. If we're being honest with ourselves, okay, and we're answering that question honestly, okay, and we ask the question, do the lives of other sentient beings belong to us to take? No, they do not. That is the correct answer of that question, morally. That is the correct answer. So if you know that to be the correct answer, then what you should do is try to change how you are contributing to that dynamic of suffering. And you could do it to the extent that you are able. And you know what that means, folks? That means if you can only say one less day out of the week, I'm not going to eat meat, then that contributes and makes things slightly better than it was the day before. You know, you could take small baby steps to this destination. Okay? I'll work with somebody who isn't going to go immediately plant-based and say, I'm just going to reduce the amount of red meat I eat, or I'm just going to reduce the amount of meat in general, or eat meat less days out of the week. Wonderful. Any amount. Hey, I'll take, going less authoritarian than more authoritarian. That doesn't mean that, minarchy is the end goal. There's still something after it. Same thing when it comes to vegetarianism. I was vegetarian for 12 years. I never thought I could become vegetarian. I became vegetarian inside of 1 year. That was an accomplishment to me. It took me 12 years to become vegan or fully plant-based. 12 years. Okay? So it was a process. It wasn't an instantaneous thing that happened overnight. And that's all I'm saying is move toward the truth. When it comes with anything, that's the best that anyone could hope to ask of anyone else. Just don't move away from it or shut it out because it's not what you want to hear. You think it's not what is true for you, instead of looking at what's actually true in nature according to natural law. And that's the only natural law question that needs to be asked, folks. Is this your property? Do you have the right to end the life, to take it for how you see fit to use it? When that's not necessary. That's the other argument. Meat eaters insist that it's necessary. We're going to show you the absolute complete ignorance of people, especially on social media, where you cannot even believe how this debate rages, and it's politically polarizing. Okay? I'm trying to take this out of the realm of polarization. Okay? I'm saying, yes, there is a truth about it, but no, we shouldn't be beating each other up about it. That's why I could have a conversation with a carnist and not want to kill him. We could sit and have a conversation about it. Okay? Status, I'd say that's why we got to work on government more than this. We got to work on ending government more than this. I think the number one thing that will help the animal kingdom is the ending of government. Quite honestly. I think ending government will help people to become so much more compassionate beings. Okay, getting rid of the notion of human slavery will help us to end the slavery of the animal kingdom. For the militant vegans out there to think it's going to work the other way, you're delusional. You're delusional. Human beings will never end the captivity, slavery, and torturing of animals until they end the captivity, slavery, and torturing of human beings first. It's like putting the cart before the horse when it comes to free energy. People think, oh, we're going to invent all this free energy technology based on Tesla's visions for the future, and then humanity is going to be free. Wrong. Doesn't work that way. Putting the cart before the horse. When humanity ends government, free energy technology will emerge. Only then. See, that's because we don't understand we have to give up our religions. You got to give up your religions. Okay? Government is the religion that's holding back the going away of the religion called carnism. Look at all the government subsidies of the meat industry. How many tax dollars go to paying to have these animals slaughtered for human food, so-called food. It's the feeding of death to a population that they want to emulate death. That's what it is. And that's a ritual in and of itself. And trust me, when they're capable of getting away with it, if they haven't already, of feeding human beings to each other, they'll be doing that too. Okay? So we need to be honest with ourselves. Okay? And yes, there is a difference between taking fruits and plants and vegetables off of, trees and bushes and shrubs and plants that they grow on, and versus slaughtering cows and chickens and pigs. Pigs often have the consciousness of dogs, if not even more intelligent. There's probably as intelligent as some young human beings. That's how intelligent pigs are. Okay, so if you can't see that there's a difference between these two things, eating a plant-based diet versus engaging in carnism, there's something seriously fucking wrong with you. I would say it's possibly a latent psychopathic tendency. If you think this baby doesn't deserve more rights than a potato, you're a psychopath. If you can't see the difference in the complexity of life between a pig like this that is almost like a puppy, a dog when it's a puppy, okay, versus, taking some fruit off of the vines that they grow on and consuming them fresh, then there's really something broken in someone's brain. And they've often bought, again, fallacious arguments that come out of pseudoscience when it comes to the plant kingdom, and then they are trying to make that association to the animal kingdom, which cannot be made. It's a false equivalency. I'm going to play a video for you that shows you the compassion that can be displayed in the animal kingdom, which is utterly amazing. This is a dog who comes across in a market of, unfortunately, a fish that is already dead, and tries to help it by splashing the puddle of water that it has fallen into over its body. I mean, look at that. Most human beings don't have that kind of compassion. This is obviously some kind of a market where fish have been thrown on the ground. Probably in a third world country somewhere. He's trying to even determine whether it's still alive. Knows that it needs to be in water. That's how intelligent animals can be. Knows that animal belongs in water and is trying compassionately to put water over them. I mean, and we say animals. Many people will insist animals don't have emotions or a form of sentience. Unbelievable. They're doing better than we are in many cases, these animals, in their spirit. Believe me. Gandhi said that a nation's moral progress can be judged by the way it treats its animals. Let me tell you something, folks. I think we should take a lesson from some of the animal life, because we're not doing so well. Okay? The barbarity and viciousness that people will kill animals with, treating them like they just absolutely own their lives because some fucking religion told them that they do. Just about every world, there's factions of just about every world religion that believes humans own all the animal life on this planet and can take it whenever and however we see fit to take it. And nothing could be further from the truth. See, human beings aren't doing so well when it comes to their moral progress because we're constantly lying to ourselves and we're constantly trying to make all these different justifications for our behavior, for our criminal behavior. okay, for our immoral and often criminal behavior. From carnism practices all the way up to genocide. Okay, because it basically one is the same thing as the other, believing that you own life that you do not and that you could take it as you see fit. One form of twisted religion leads into another form of twisted religion. Carnism will eventually pave the way psychologically and spiritually to eugenics. It's part of why there's so many eugenicists believing that, well, hey, if human beings have been given the dominion over the whole animal kingdom, why not the human kingdom as well? After all, they believe human beings are just any other animal. And what is that belief called? That's called Satanism. One of the tenets of Satanism is that human beings are just like any other animal. And in many cases are worse than other animals. And I'll tell you what, that part of it is true, that in many cases human beings are worse than other animals. But I don't believe we're just any other animal. We have the capacity to understand the difference between right and wrong behavior. We have the capacity for changing who we are, mentally and psychologically and emotionally and spiritually. So what does justification mean when we break it down into its etymological elements? You want to know what a word really means? Not just the Merriam-Webster dictionary version, but you want to get down to the real root of what the word was intended to mean by the people who put language together from its older roots in older languages. The word justification comes from the Latin noun jus juris, which means right or law, where we get the word justice and jury from. Okay? And the Latin verb facere, which means to make or to create. So when we put them together, to make a justification literally means to create a right. To create a right. To invent or make up a right that does not exist. So when we are justifying immoral behavior, we're saying that a right exists to do that immoral behavior when in fact it does not. We made it up. We invented it. It's a religious belief. Here's all the justifications for carnism, and there's many more, but these are some of the most popular ones. The apathy and ignorance justification. Oh, we as human beings have our own problems. We don't have time to worry about whether animals suffer or not. No, just ignore it. Or don't care about it at all. Who cares? That's them. This is us. You know? The apathy and ignorance justification. I'll just ignore what's going on. Again, I'll post, if I can find one now, Earthlings, the Earthlings documentary with this podcast in the related videos section. People who haven't watched Earthlings don't understand what eating meat is, or even just generally using animal products, period, is. You don't understand the colossal suffering that you're contributing to, or you don't care, or you believe the lie that we have to do that when we do not. It is scientifically proven, you know, and there's endless places that people can go to look that science up. You know, I'm talking about the moral aspect of it here. If you don't want to do that homework, that's on you. The fundamentally flawed idea of the natural order justification. This is believing that, natural law means the Darwinian natural order, which it does not. Well, the other animals kill other animals for food, so why shouldn't we do the same to them? This is believing that animal standards for behavior should be applied to the human domain. Okay? Social Darwinism, in other words. The natural order. The survival of the most ruthless. Which, why shouldn't that just happen in the human kingdom? Why not just eat humans then? Since they eat other animals, why shouldn't we just eat other humans? Right? Cook that baby up. Put him on the spit and roast him up over that fire. Why not? Right? No, because we're just other animals. They kill and eat other animals. Why not just kill and eat other members of our own species? Why not? You know? This is how ridiculous people who make this claim sound. And they're often scientismists or religionists, almost invariably. These are the two groups, again, the two polarization dialectics that we've talked about endlessly on this show. People who believe in science as being the arbiter of truth and people who believe in religion as being the arbiter of truth. Both equally have their head firmly up their ass and will probably never get it out till the day they die. Okay? And that is exactly what is driving the harm of this world, religious thought. The next justification, the false religion justification, perfect timing. God gave us dominion over these animals. So that means we can just murder them and use them as we please because we have dominion over them. Yeah, right. Just believe it because your book that was written by the Piso dynasty of Rome, that was one of the most influential occult families, under Constantinian rule, and after, told you that's okay. The way that they handed down the Christian religion, Constantinianity is what I like to call it, with a nice helping from the Piso family, the Piso, bloodline. The next justification, the 1984 doublespeak justification. Don't worry, this one was killed humanely, as if there's such a thing as killing humanely. Hold on a second, I'm going to run this big knife across your throat. I'll do it humanely. Right. I'm just going to take your life when I don't have the right to, but it'll be humane. 1984 doublespeak. We can make words mean the opposite of their dictionary definitions, killing and humane. Yeah. The separation worldview justification. They're not conscious or aware like us, so it's okay to kill them for food. I've just proven that's not true in the video I showed. And if that doesn't prove it to you, your heart's broken. Not just your brain, but your heart's broken. And a part of it is that's what the problem is, folks. Part of this has nothing to do with somebody's ability to even think properly. It's their ability to feel properly has been destroyed. There's no heart-based intelligence. And then they want to justify why they want to continue the practice by saying, plants are also conscious. No, they're not conscious in the same way. And no, they are not the same forms of life. And no, they do not have the same level of complexification. And no, they don't have the same spirit. Plants do not have individuation. They're not souls. They're connected to the earth. I'm going to talk in depth on this and explain to you a book that really should be read. And not just that book, but many, many other books. But I think to really understand the dynamic that's taking place regarding life in general, you have to go into the occult. You have to go into the occult realm and look at the hidden dynamics, the unseen dynamics regarding the spirit. And most people don't even think that exists because of how rooted they are in materialism, how connected their ego is to the flesh and to all things rooted in the worldly domain. They can't even think at any level spiritually. They don't even believe there is anything to spirituality at all. And then we have finally what I call the no justification, or in other words, the actual truth. I do feel bad, but I could never give up my meat. It's just too tasty. See, this is what it really is about, folks. It's about feeding the animal dynamic in us. Just feeding the desires, the lower base desires in us as human beings, instead of trying to work with those desires and those appetites to transmute them into something better, which most people never grow spiritually enough to learn how to do. And again, it's not an instant thing. It's a process. This is what people fail to understand. You don't need to achieve enlightenment in a day. You don't need to go to a plant-based diet in a day. It's a process. You just need to be honest with yourself that there is a goal and a destination to get to. And yeah, it is goal-based. It is destination-based. All the people who say, it's only about the process. No, not true either. That's false pseudo-spirituality. It is about accomplishing something. See, this is why I don't like the Eastern traditions nearly as much as the Western mystery traditions. Western occultism has done more for the advancement of the human spirit and real spirituality than all the Eastern traditions put together ever could in the entire time that they existed. And that's because the Western occult tradition is reality-based. And it deals with the shadow work of not trying to be ascetic and push everything off and push it out and just meditate, etc. It's about working with the shadow. It's about calling the shadow up, bringing it right before you and making it as real as possible, and then saying, let's go. Let's do battle. Let's see who's stronger. And if I fail and I find out I'm not as strong and I'm weaker, then I fail and I find that out and I know what my work is to do. The Eastern traditions will never teach that. They never have, as far as I'm aware, and I've studied them all. Okay? But they'll never teach it like that. They'll never teach that internalized shadow work. Not in the form that the Western mystery traditions will. Not with the honesty that the Western civilization mystery traditions will. Not with the honesty of it. Okay? And that's the calling of the student of the genuine occult. The real occult. Okay? Most people have never even laid a finger upon it. Most people have never touched it a day in their lives and never will. They'll die in their ignorance. The vast majority of human beings will probably die in that level of ignorance. But for those who really want to go further into it, you have to understand this in its fullness. You have to take it out of the realm of just science. You have to take it out of the realm of even just empathy and compassion. And you need to study it from a holistic occult perspective. And that is the only place you will ever find the truth regarding this dynamic. And I cannot just teach you that. That is a lifelong journey of study. That's what Hermeticism is. Sequestering yourself from the rest of the world to study. And that's why most people will never do it. Like I sequester myself from the rest of the world to make slide presentations like this. After what I've sequestered myself from the rest of the world to learn. Hard-won knowledge through time and attention and care. You know, all of those justifications just form a big wall to wall us off from where we could be going and the better world we could be making. Here, all the justifications are here. Oh, there's the biggest one on the top left, getting ready to collapse. You know, morality is subjective. Moral relativism. Well, lions eat meat, so why shouldn't people? Oh, maybe because we have 100% completely different biological makeup, evolutionary pathways, digestive systems, teeth, you know, built completely different as animals, period. Plants have feelings, so why shouldn't we just eat animals? Because hey, we're doing harm to the plants. No, plants have instinctual, mechanized instinct response mechanism to environmental stimuli. That is not the same as feelings. It can be confused as feelings, but they do not have the biocomplexity to experience emotions in the same way that animals do in the animal kingdom. I'm sorry, but nothing that anybody ever says or any pseudoscience presented will ever make that true. Okay? They are not the same as animals and never have been and never will be. That's why they're in different kingdoms. One is the animal kingdom, one is the plant kingdom. Animalia and plantae. Okay? We need meat for protein. Going to prove to you that's not true. Absolutely untrue. Okay? There's great sources of protein that are highly bioabsorbable that you could do that has nothing whatsoever to do with killing animals. They're free range. Oh yeah, I'm going to show you a free range farm in a couple minutes. And what people think, you know, actually I don't know if I might have left that slide out. But you know, what people think of as free range are just chickens crowded into extremely crowded barns under unsanitary conditions just because there's no cages in them. You know, our ancestors ate meat. Yeah, once again, in instances under extreme dietary pressures, probably brought about by earth cataclysms. That's not our situation. And it was meant to be done in a survival situation. Hey, look, folks, if I'm in a survival situation, am I going to go try to hunt some smaller animals that I could take down and eat? Yeah, I would do it. I'm not going to lie to you because it's true. That's what I would do to sustain my life. You want to know why? Given me staying alive to propagate what I know and a squirrel staying alive, I'm going to choose myself over the squirrel in a survival situation. But given not being in a survival situation, I'm going to leave the damn squirrel alone. And let him go forage for his nuts in my backyard, okay? And you know, build his little nest out of foam in the backyard, okay? It's not bothering me, you know? Let nature be what it is. Let nature lie. What do we need to constantly be disrupting? Because we can't learn how to leave other life alone. That's what it's all about. That's what it's about with human slavery regarding government. People just can't leave other people alone. We can't just leave the animals alone. Real freedom is the right to be left alone. And we should respect that right for all other sentient beings. Leave the animals alone, folks. There's plenty of human beings that need hunting. Trust me. You know, we want to say, oh, we need our guns for hunting. Yeah, we need our guns for hunting a lot of human beings that need to be hunted. Leave the animals alone. They didn't do anything to harm us. One person can't make a difference. Untrue. Totally untrue. I'm a living example. Oh, they're grass-fed, as if that makes a difference to taking their life. What if you were on a desert island? Yeah, but we're not. Okay? The whole what if justifications. You know? Humane slaughter. There's that 1984 speak. They're bred to be killed. Yeah, yes, they are in many cases, and that's the wrongness of it. It's the circle of life. Well, there's that Darwinian natural order, you know? I'm going to talk about, hey, what if that's the case, why don't people just lay down if alien life comes here? Be the first on the plate, you know? They feel like we're a good source of protein for them. Well, then you'll be the first on the plate. I'll get to that. God put them here to kill. Well, yeah, God would do that to give us dominion over the animals, to take their lives. Find it in the Bible. You will not be able to do it because it's not there. Because I've read the whole damn thing and it's not there. It ain't in there. So-called Christian, fake-ass Christian. It's not in there. We have canine teeth, yeah, which are constantly getting smaller, practically generation after generation after generation. You know? Not just that, our canine teeth are basically to chomp into harder fruits and vegetables, to be able to rip pieces of them off, okay? They're not the same canine incisors that like lions and tigers, big cats, bears, etc. have. Eating meat is the natural order of things. Our bodies are designed to eat meat. Just look at these incisors. If we didn't eat meat, where would they all go? Besides, plants feel pain, right? And tigers eat zebras and, you know, this is a vegan street meme. The arguments for eating meat really need to evolve. And that is what we look like when we make these justifications. We look like, you know, primitive beings, you know. And this is an insult to our, you know, Cro-Magnon and Neanderthal, you know, brothers and sisters from our ancient past. Really. Because they probably knew better. But people want to keep making excuses. That's all it is. It's called not being honest with ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. That's all it is. All it is. Whenever people are going to have a problem with this presentation and say, oh, he's full of shit about this, and this. I know better about regarding this. It's all lying to yourself. It's all lying to yourself. It's all lying to yourself. All of it. Every bit of the justifications. That's all it is. And that brings us to this. And this is why people can't get out of their case of the egos. They can't get out of it. I just ran across, somebody posted a meme from myself from the past on Facebook. And it was one of my favorite memes that I've ever seen. It said, it's not so much that human beings have an ego. It's not so much that we have an ego. It's that the ego has all of us. See, that's what it is. The ego has us. It controls us and we can't escape from it. And what is the ego? The force that tells us we're never doing anything wrong. We don't need to change. You can keep doing that. Here's another justification for why that immoral behavior is okay. Okay? See, what Earthlings showed me is that I was participating in immorality. And I don't want to contribute to that level of suffering. Because if you watch it and you watch how visceral, it's designed to elicit a visceral emotional response deliberately. Because when you actually see life being taken, the proper visceral emotional response is one of repulsion and one of wanting that not to continue, wanting it to stop. And if you don't feel that, you're broken at the soul and heart level. And I would argue your brain is also broken. That's what's turned your tendencies towards psychopathy. Going back to the slides, this is all about the occult initiation. What I've called beginning, the process of beginning the spiritual journey. And what is the first step? Stop lying, especially to yourself. Speak the truth. Even if you aren't living up to it, say what's true. You can say, this is the truth, but I'm not there yet. See, that's all. That's all, right? Me and my friend who attempted vegetarianism, not full veganism, but vegetarianism, and failed at it, at least could say, I know that this is the better way to live. And I couldn't do it. Guess what? You're honest with yourself. You're not lying to yourself. And guess what? That puts you 99.99% ahead of the rest of the human world, in my estimation. Okay? Because most people will never admit that about themselves. Their ego is too calcified and in the way. So that's the first step of initiation. We've covered the others. But the first step, you don't begin until you make that first step of saying, I'm not going to lie to myself anymore. Here's the justifications put into the mouth of alien beings, eating a human being for their Thanksgiving dinner. We have our own problems. No time to worry about whether they suffer. They kill other animals for their food. Why shouldn't we do the same? Don't worry, this one was killed humanely. God gave us dominion over them. That means we can murder and use them as we please. They're not conscious or aware like us, so it's okay to kill them for our food. Well, I do feel bad, but I could never give up my meat. It's just too tasty. These are the justifications that are used. So all you have to do is put yourself in a position, right, where it's being done to us by what we would consider a higher order, or they would consider a higher order of beings than what we are. You know, here's what I say to all the people who make all these justification arguments, and especially, you know, who talk about, you know, well, oh, we have to survive off of these animals. You know, they're our source of protein and they're our source of energy and fuel. And that's what creates health. Imagine if a species decided to show up from space in monstrous craft. And, you know, okay, they came through a wormhole, right? They came through an Einstein-Rosen bridge wormhole. And then their technology malfunctions and they can't reopen that wormhole to get home. So they're stuck in our neck of the woods, in our galactic neighborhood. And they come across Earth and they say, oh, what tasty species live on that Earth, on that planet? You know, this will fuel us and give us a source of protein until we can get our wormhole technology repaired. So let's go down and start, you know, harvesting the planet of these humans and taking them in as our food. Okay? Well, in the case of the person who believes that because we're more advanced beings and we've been given dominion over these lower creatures, that we should just be able to murder and eat them, you'll be the first on the aliens' plate then, I guess. You would go voluntarily. You would not say that there's anything morally wrong with doing that to human beings. And you would just say because they're higher order beings than we are, we're much less complexified than they are. Well, boom. You just put yourself right on their plate and tell them to dig in. How many people would do it if it's them in that situation? A big fucking goose egg. That's how many. That's how many would offer themselves up. Well, you know what? I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say that because humanity is pretty damn self-loathing. And maybe there would be people who would just say, let me be your food. After all, isn't that what's really being done now? Isn't that what's really being... Am I really talking about a hypothetical situation? If you really take my cosmic abandonment presentation into account, and you really have done the work researching ancient accounts and ancient evidence for non-Earth originating beings who are really involved in interfering with the human natural evolutionary progression, and you realize this is exactly what's happening now. It's not a hypothetical situation. We are their source of food, actually. And this is a farm. And that's going to answer one of the next questions that's going to come up. Okay? But folks, the reason that we are going to constantly be enslaved and farmed which is what's really happening on this planet. It's one big farm. It's actually a series of farms. The nation states are just walled off farms. That's all. Where one ruling class, rules a certain animals, and then on the other side of the fence, another human farmer rules another set of animals. That's all. That's all the earth really is, folks. It's a big set of farms. Big set of factory farms. And this is because the universe is obeying, as it always has and always will, the law of correspondence. It is one of the natural laws embedded into the universe. That which is above is like to that which is below, and that which is below is like to that which is above. Shortened, as above, so below. As below, so above. The universe is self-similar across all scales of existence and with regard to all forms of behavior. As we farm, farming will be done unto us. As we consume animals we have no right to take, others will consume us. This scene does not depict the natural order, as many will insist that it does. Oh, all life eats other life. All life has to kill other life to live. Untrue. Not true. You're not killing plant life to use vegetables and fruit to sustain oneself. It is a continuous growth cycle. You're not taking an individuated life. As we're going to talk about, plants are an earth consciousness that is embedded and bound to the earth. And when you clip things off of plants or out of the earth, it is like taking hair out of a human being or cutting hair from a human being. Obviously trimming it is better than plucking it out. That's why people make the argument we should be moving more toward a diet where you're not taking the plant from the earth, but you're using what it produces. I'm not that much of a purist. I still eat vegetables and fruits, and nuts, seeds, berries, etc. Okay? And forms of, some human modified foods that are protein based. Okay? So this scene does not depict the natural order. Rather, it depicts the chaos that we have chosen and created for ourselves through false belief systems or religions. So this middle fish that is eating the smaller ones, but also being eaten by the big fish, will be humanity for as long as we continue to engage in fundamentally flawed ideologies such as carnism. What we do unto others will be done unto us. And that is a universal law that can never be broken. That's called the law of correspondence. I believe it is the third of the Hermetic principles behind mentalism and polarity. Because what this is all about, folks, is heart-based intelligence. This is where people fall short. They're always trying to reach the understanding of something from the head, from the brain only. And that can never be done. Not with true holistic intelligence. You can only maybe come to some conclusions accurately about things intellectually, but only so many things and only for so long. At some point, it has to go to the dynamic of the heart energy. And this is where so many of us fall short because we're not growing in spirituality and heart-based intelligence. And many people think there is no such thing as real conscience, or it's subjective, or there is no such thing as real spirituality, or there is no such thing as enlightenment. That's how solipsistic the world has become. We can't just put ourselves into the heart energy and just feel whether something is right or not. Compassion is so lacking in human beings. We've become technologically advanced and practically compassionless creatures. Even when we see bad things happening to human beings, let alone 100% totally innocent beings that have done nothing to harm us, like the animal kingdom, that we're supposed to be stewards of, like parents are stewards under their children. We're not doing any kind of a good job as stewards of this planet or the other creatures that live upon it. As a matter of fact, we're really fucking it up badly. And that's because we can't step into the heart. And that's all this is about. That's all it's about. That's the crux of all of this, is heart-based, compassionate intelligence, which most people fall short of and want to make excuses and justifications for why they're not developing those capacities. So what I want to do is talk about now actual nutrition from a dietary standpoint when it comes to a plant-based diet versus a meat diet. Because, see, not only is what is true moral, what's true is also good for you. It's what's best for you. Can you eat a meat-based diet and be healthy? Yes, but only because you're really taking in the nutrients secondhand from what the animal consumed. That's why. But you're not really doing any real health benefits to the body by eating a largely meat-based diet. As I'll get into a little bit, but I'm not going to make this the crux of this argument. You want to stay as close to the source as possible, folks. That's what this is all about. And you want to know what the source of it all is? There's one source of all of it, folks. And without that, there's nothing. And that is the sun. The sun is the source. We don't even know what the sun is. We have no idea what it really is. We have no idea what the universe really ultimately is from a spiritual dynamic. But let me tell you something, folks. Something as powerful as something that can sustain all life in an entire solar system, and that's what the galaxy is really comprised of, is in so far of it's the magnitude of its mass, and that's what's making life possible. You better damn well believe the sun is something we barely even scratch the surface of understanding how and why it is the source of life. So if you stay as close to the source as possible, okay, that's where you're going to find optimum health and nutrition. That's why eating whole, fresh fruits and vegetables should be the staple of one's diet, unmodified from the earth. See, there are certain things you do need to cook, potatoes, beans, etc., legumes, beans, etc., and you use them sparingly. But if something that you could take right from a vine, or right from the earth and eat it, that's what you want to stay as close to as possible when it comes to your diet. And that's where energy and nutrition come from. See, what these contain is phytonutrients, micronutrients, okay? Plant-based micronutrients. And we get them when we break it down by chewing, by mastication, chewing the food, breaking it down, getting the water out of it. Plants in their root system have an uptake system into the roots of all the nutrients in the soil, if the soil is nutrient rich and has to be acidic, the soil, for nutrient dense foods to grow. That's part of the whole chemtrails agenda, is to, the geoengineering agenda is to spray alkaline earth metals. All the things they spray are in the alkaline earth metal group on the periodic table. What that will do is alkalize the soil. And an alkaline soil cannot grow nutrient-dense plant food. That's what they want. They want the food, to grow, but they don't want it to be nutrient-dense. That's why they're messing with the soil and the water table. So the root system also acts as a filtration for the water. It's almost like a distiller and a structurer. It brings it up into the plant material, and then you have structured water in plant material. This is why it's so healthy to eat it and juice it and blend it. The more you break down the cellular walls of the plants, the more that energy can get directly into the human bloodstream and then into the cells. Eating truly natural is not extreme. A truly natural-based diet for our nutrition of plant-based foods is not an extreme position as many will insist that it is. Chadwell Esselstyn Jr., MD, said some people think the plant-based whole foods diet is extreme. 500,000 people a year will have their chests opened up and a vein taken from their leg and sewn onto their coronary artery. Some people would call that extreme. Coronary artery bypass surgery. Because heart disease is the second leading cause of death behind cancer. Well, I'm sorry, it's the first leading cause of death. I think cancer is the second. Heart disease is the first. And again, it's because we're also not living from the heart and eating the way that we are eating. What is the first organ that gets affected? The heart. This is a direct law of correspondence. Direct law of correspondence. It's not an accident or a coincidence. This quote by Wendell Berry: people are fed by the food industry, which pays no attention to health, and then they are treated by the health industry, which pays no attention to food. The food industry only cares about making its profits and growing as much food on the land that they have allotted to them as possible. They don't care about what that's doing to human health. They just care about the profit that comes with it. Largely, not a total blanket statement. Some organic farmers do, but not many. And then the health industry pays no attention to food because they want patients. They don't want people healthy. They want people sick so they could be treated, and that's how they make their money. And that's certainly how big agra and big pharma work hand in hand to make their money. And if you don't believe that, again, you're a naive fucking child. I don't know what to tell you, I hate to just have to say it that way, but sometimes people just need to hear it that way. You don't understand. This is all collusion and conspiracy done practically right out in the open in front of people. But the naive children of our world who want to believe everybody has our benefit in mind and, the world is just so hunky-dory and people wouldn't do that. They're not psychopathic enough to do that. No, you're not psychopathic enough to do that. But you are a naive chump enough to believe them, to believe those psychopathic people, that they're trying to help you. The food industry, all they want to do is get you to buy more, okay? And the pharmaceutical industry wants you ill, so they're working with the food industry to keep you that way so that they can sell you their products called pharmaceuticals and surgery. And that's it. That's it. And that process works glove in hand. So part of why many people who try to go plant-based fail is for this reason. They believe that it's an event that has to take place. Oh, Saturday morning, I'm done eating meat forever. I'm going fully plant-based. Okay? No, it's not an event. It's a process. It's a process that could take years. It's a process that could take most of your life. You just move in the right direction and you contribute less to the dynamic of suffering. We can get into all the dynamics of how, yes, plant-based diets do create less suffering in the world. They are more ecologically sound and sustainable as well. Absolutely. It takes like 2 football fields a year to feed one human being if they eat a plant-based diet in land size and being able to maintain healthy soil. Approximately 2 football fields. It takes over 14 to 15 football fields to feed people 1 year with animal husbandry or animal farming. Okay? That's 7 times or greater the amount of environmental impact. At least. That's probably a conservative estimate. So, part of why people fail, they go cold turkey. And they try to make their body adjust to a very, very difficult to adjust to dynamic taking place within it practically overnight. Bad idea. Very bad idea. I've always been of this position. I've never told anyone, see, this is what people will say. I tried to go vegan and I failed at it and it made me sick. And I will always ask them, how quickly did you try to do that? They're like, I just stopped eating meat one day and just went to the supermarket and bought nothing but, vegetables and fruit. And I'm like, well, there you have it. That's why you fucked up. That's why you got sick. Imagine an alcoholic with the DTs, with delirium tremens, trying to stop drinking. You'll probably die. Literally. You got to go into a detox clinic and probably receive, I can't remember what the name of the drug is, but you got to receive a specific drug to make your body handle the rejection that's going to take place when it comes to the withdrawal you're going to be going through. And it's a physical withdrawal that can destroy your body, that can actually kill you. It's practically the same thing, not as extreme, but it's almost the same when it comes to trying to go eat a vegan diet or a plant-based diet. You can't do it overnight. It has to be a gradual change. And some people you have to feel that by doing it gradually and seeing what you can handle. It's like taking nascent iodine. Some of them are stronger than others too. A friend of mine took a dropper full of nascent iodine and like was so messed up for hours and hours, couldn't settle down. Like it like sent him off into a spin, Some people have more of a constitution to be able to handle it. You start with one drop and you see how you do with it. Then you move up to 2. Then you move up to 3. It's like lifting weights. You don't go for the biggest, heaviest barbell in the gym. You start small and you build your way up. This is part of the ego where people want to do everything right away. They want immediate gratification and immediate results. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way with understanding the truth. You have to read and study over a long period of time and get so much diversified information so you can compare and contrast it to come to an accurate understanding of what's really taking place. It's a life journey. It's not an event. Here's why I get upset with people, folks. They never try to start. They look at it and go, oh, that's too hard. Fuck that. Goodbye. Don't bother me with that anymore. Because they don't want to challenge themselves to be better than they were yesterday or to be better tomorrow than they are today. That's what I have a problem with. I would never cut somebody down for not being vegan, but saying that they think it's the right way to be and they want to move toward it. I would never cut somebody down for being vegetarian but not vegan when they're trying and they're reducing the suffering of animals. I mean, understanding that we have to allow for time with any process, even the process of learning what anarchy really is and moving toward it. That's a process too. I'm not expecting anybody to get that overnight. I didn't get it overnight. But you got to be moving toward it. You can't be saying, I'm just going to sit here and stay here. I'm pitching my tent halfway up the mountain and screw the peak. I don't want to get there. No, wrong. You have to want to get there. That is the destination. It isn't about just excusing people's behavior who are halfwayers. That would be like saying, hey, minarchists, that's the perfect path. No, it's not. Anarchy is the goal. There is a specific goal, and it's not minarchy, it's anarchy. Just like there is a specific goal. It's to eat a plant-based diet, and to even go beyond that. That is not the end all. Who says anarchy is the end all of enlightenment and spirituality? It's not. It's the beginning. That's the transformational point that really will set us off on an even further journey. And it never ends. And that's why people have a problem with it. They have a problem with infinity, because infinity is a part of the notion of God, which most people have a problem with, just as death is. All of these things people don't want to wrestle with because they don't want to turn inwardly and look at these dynamics and sit up at night thinking about them alone with no other source of distraction. That's what most people can never do. They're not comfortable enough with themselves and the world to be able to do something like that. That's really where the shadow work lies, people. And I see too few people doing it. So the beginning step is stop lying to yourself. Acknowledge what is the truth from a moral perspective. Then look at yourself in the mirror and say, where am I at in this process? And be okay with it, as long as you're acknowledging what the truth is. If you're not acknowledging what the truth is, you shouldn't be okay with it. Acknowledge the truth and then start from where you are at. Don't try to jump 10 steps ahead. Don't try to jump 10 light years ahead. How about you try to jump 10 centimeters ahead? How about you put one foot in front of the other and see how it goes? That's called a balanced approach to changing, which most people never take. They take either the total extremist position or the I'm not doing anything position. And both of those things will get you to the same place. Nowhere. So don't go cold turkey, to be a, little bit of a funny pun there. Take a plant-based diet in a stepwise progression. I would never tell anybody to do a cold turkey because I'd be doing harm to them by telling them that. Okay? Your body is going to go through changes. Most people do it the wrong way by doing it too fast and too extreme. and their body can't adjust, it can't keep up, and then they develop some imbalance and it makes them sick, and then they blame the plant-based diet on being sick when they caused it. And the other thing they do is they don't eat the right foods. They want to go and eat all sugary, starchy foods just because they don't have animal products in them. That's the wrong approach too. Okay? You want to eat healthy, whole, fresh fruits and vegetables, largely unmodified from man, as nature intended and grew it in the earth. You do that, I'm telling you, you will never not be healthy. You transition to that kind of a diet. Okay? Let's move on. And this is another thing that I think people think of when they think of veganism, because there's so many militant vegans. And I'm here to tell you, militant veganism is hurting the cause of veganism. Absolutely. I see it every day. I see it happen. I see how people talk to and treat other people who aren't vegan. And I'm telling you, by being a militant vegan, you are hurting the cause of veganism. Get as offended as you want. Get as offended as you like. That's also the truth. Okay? Most people see all vegans as assholes just because of the militant vegans. Okay? And there's a very big proportion of vegans that aren't assholes, that are doing the right thing and trying to help transition people over to the right way of being when it comes to how we eat. And the militant vegans are hurting that cause because of their over enthusiastic attitude, and that's putting it politely. Okay? They think that, okay, we can treat humans as badly as humans are treating animals. Well, you're not doing any good by projecting that attitude. Okay? First of all, look, when it comes to statism, I may have an extremist attitude. Okay? But guess what? We have to solve the human slavery problem before we can presume to solve the animal slavery problem. That's what the great work is. It's help yourself first, right? Enlighten self-interest so that you are better and you are in a more spiritually advanced understanding and position in life. Then you can help those who are still below you and haven't made that journey yet. See, you do that in the same way when you do the great work with human beings. You have to help yourself first, then you could help other people. I couldn't start doing the great work until I helped and fixed myself. Then you'd start doing the work toward others. And you still refine yourself while you do it. You never reach perfection. You can only strive toward being perfect. I'm not perfect when it comes to anything. I make mistakes in just about everything I do. And I acknowledge them, I try to learn from them, and then I move on and try to do better than I did previously. That's the same approach we should have when it comes to a plant-based diet or veganism. Being militant about it, insulting other people, making them, saying that, we should kill them just to save the animals is not going to help the cause. You want to be militant about something, be militant about human freedom. How about that? Then we'll help the animals when we free ourselves up. And guess what? It'll be infinitely easier. Because you'll see the mindset that will change when we end the slavery called government will create such a colossal chain reaction when it comes to consciousness regarding animals that you will scarcely be able to believe what we will be able to do when it comes to the liberation of animals once we liberate ourselves. And so don't put the cart before the horse. Get it in the right order. And understand that we have to free ourselves before we start, worrying about permanently freeing all animals. It's part of the process, though. Okay? Many have said, if you're not a vegan anarchist, you're not doing it right. Okay? We have to move toward being a plant-based diet, which is the only voluntary, non-violent means of sustaining ourselves right now in the form that we are in. At some point, hey, we could probably all move toward a fruitarian diet. At some point, we could all move toward living off of just breath and light. It's possible. I actually know people who are doing it. I know people who have gone from being total carnists to being vegetarians, then vegans, then fruitarians, then are doing nothing but sustaining themselves from light from the sun. And I'm not telling you I think that it's possible. I'm telling you I personally know human beings that have done it and have sustained themselves while only losing slightly marginal amounts of weight and still maintaining optimum health. Really coming to their baseline of weight that is optimal for their body type. Okay? It is absolutely possible to do. Not for everyone right now in the state that they are in. But being at least vegetarian is absolutely possible for just about every single human being. And then over time, that can be transitioned. You can transition to fully plant-based, foregoing any animal byproducts. And it's a process. You don't have to do it overnight. I've never claimed that you do, and I never will. But the militant approach isn't helping the cause. Extreme fad diets don't help the cause either. And they have nothing to do with the truth about nutrition, certainly not optimum nutrition. You have a million of these: the Atkins diet, the South Beach diet, the grapefruit diet, the zone diet, the power protein diet, the flush plan, cabbage soup. You can go on and on and on about all these things. The macro diet, the biological diet. That's another one, Then you have, I'll be talking about them actually right now. This includes the keto diet and the paleo diet. These are the big fads right now. These are the huge fad diets, okay? All of these fad diets have zero in the form of a balanced approach to holistic nutrition. And there, I said it, okay? You know what keto comes from? Ketones in urine. You know what that means? That means there's no sugar in your cells. Okay? That's why type 1 diabetics, when they develop ketones in their urine and their blood sugar is really high, the glucose is not making it into the cells and it's staying in the blood. That's why the blood sugar is so high when they take a glucose reading in the blood. So what you're doing is you're putting your body into a state of ketoacidosis. That means it's in an acidotic state. It's one of the most dangerous things to stay in for your health. What does an acidotic state start the body into a chain reaction of doing, because it's not getting the fuel that it needs through glucose, which is the fuel for the body and the brain, along with certain fats. Okay? It starts to turn on the adipose or fatty tissue. And that's why these diets make you lose weight. Now, the paleo diet's slightly different because it restricts a lot of the things that it does in the keto diet, but it also includes other foods that were unprocessed and were available when, we say human beings were hunter-gatherers and before animal husbandry and farming practices, agriculture. Okay? Basically, the ancient Paleolithic diet of Paleolithic man. Again, another fad diet that, keeps meat and, says that we, should eliminate anything that needs like partial cooking, like corn or beans or things like that. Look, my whole point when it comes to nutrition is if it grows in the earth, it's not something that is there, it's not something that is there to be shunned. Okay. Yeah, there are certain poisonous berries and poisonous plants. I get that. Okay. That's not what those anomalies are not what I'm talking about. In general, if the earth grew it, it's something that we can put into our body, even if we cook it a little bit. Okay. So like beans are going to have to be cooked. Potatoes are going to have to be cooked. I'm not saying use them as the staple, but it's not like there are macrobiological diet people that say all bananas are poison and should never be consumed. How dare you put a banana in a smoothie? Or every form of mushroom is a poisonous object and should never be consumed. This is total extremist irrationality. Okay? I mean, some of the macrobiological diet followers are some of the craziest out there. But so are the paleo, and really the keto people really don't have it figured out what harm they're going to do to their body long term. You can look at the keto thing, you'll see people have talked about before keto, during keto, and after keto. And you'll have a slightly heavy set person that has a lot of body weight on them, a lot of fatty tissue. Then during keto, they'll slim down. And then after it, they'll gain a lot more weight back. okay? Because it sends your body into an unnatural cycle. You cannot put your body and leave it in ketoacidosis. The acidotic state means that the body is actually eating itself, okay? It's just an unhealthy, extremist approach, okay? So all of these fad diets are not going to maintain optimum health. You know what's going to maintain optimum health? True natural nutrition from high density water and nutrient foods that grow in the earth naturally without human modification. That's the eternal truth of the dynamic when it comes to nutrition, folks. And no one will ever convince me otherwise, because that is how nature intended it, and that's how nature works. So, and secondly, many people, including myself, are absolutely living proof you could live strong and healthily eating a plant-based diet. Okay? So, that's my take on fad diets. Now, I want to show you this book because along with Earthlings, this book is probably the best book that I have ever read on holistic nutrition. Okay? Now, people can say whatever they want about Kevin Trudeau. He's in jail right now. I'm going to say he's not in jail because of what they claim that he's in jail for, which is fraud, because of a diet program that he released. Okay? He's in jail because the rulers of the whole world, but specifically those who control the pharmaceutical cartels and who control big agri cartels, wanted to put this guy away and make an example out of him for largely this book. Natural cures they don't want you to know about. It's probably a 600 or 700 page book. Most people haven't read it. Most people won't, just like they won't read the next book I'm going to tell them to read. Okay? But let me tell you something. Throw in the garbage can anything that you think about Kevin Trudeau. I don't care whether you think he's an honest human being or a dishonest human being. Okay? Somebody who did dishonest business practices can still be telling the truth about food. Okay? So this is where discernment comes into play, where you can say, maybe he did do dishonest business practices when it came to money, but that does not negate what he said regarding human nutrition and food. This book woke me up to the dangers in factory farm food and all the preservatives and additives and chemicals that are in most packaged foods that are on the supermarket shelves. Okay? It's long. It's well documented and detailed. He goes into just about every dynamic of food and nutrition that you could possibly imagine in this book. It is a textbook. It's not like a textbook. It's a textbook. Okay? And it reads like one. All right? But if you make the time to read it cover to cover, all the way through, you got to read it all, not skim chapters, not read the headlines of the chapters, or go to the images and read the captions. Read it cover to cover. And if you don't come out with a transformed understanding of what's going on with human food in the modern world, I feel sorry for you. Because this is the book that blew the top of my head off when it came to understanding what's really going on with food. And really making the very beginnings of my dietary changes and subsequent body and health changes. Okay? So why this guy is in prison is because they wanted to make an example out of him. Gave him a 10-year sentence for claiming that he was involved in fraud regarding a diet program, and then saying he was in contempt of court. That's why they added so many years to the prison sentence, because they were saying he didn't acknowledge the authority of the judge and didn't cooperate with the court rulings quickly enough. So they ruled him in contempt and added years to his sentence. And who gets 10 years for any type of financial fraud and contempt of court? And guess what? No parole. He's been in there since since 2013. He went to prison in 2013. He's not going to be out until 2023. Okay? And they're going to keep him in there, that whole thing, with no parole. The whole sentence. Murderers get parole in 3 to 4 years in some cases. Murderers that have killed other human beings. To take something from them just because they wanted to kill them. Murderers come out of prison on parole in like 4 or 5 years in some cases. This guy's already done almost 7 years on his sentence. And is going to probably be in there all 10. It's a disgrace. And anybody who's not angry about it isn't paying attention to what's going on in the so-called justice system, in the immoral injustice system in the United States. Because Big Agra and Big Pharma made an example of this guy. And you want to know why else? One of the most knowledgeable occultists on the planet regarding the real occult, for people who are unfamiliar with his work. You want to know why he's knowledgeable about the real aspects of the occult? Because he was involved in the occult. Not because he read about it in books. Because he joined an occult organization called the Brotherhood of the Great White Temple. Okay? Or the Temple of the Great White Brotherhood, I should say. He joined an organization called the Temple of the Great White Brotherhood, is the actual name of it. They simply call it the Great White Brotherhood, or simply the Brotherhood. Okay? So he was a member of that organization. And he learned about both the dark and light aspects of the occult from the inside, just as I learned of the dark aspects of the occult from the inside in the Church of Satan and other satanic organizations. So here's one of the first things that I always talk about people don't understand when they claim to be enlightened, or they claim to be spiritual, or they claim to understand freedom. They don't understand any aspect of the occult. They don't understand any aspect of occultism at all. And that's why they're completely asleep. They're not awakened. You know, everybody wants to throw this word woke around. I'm woke. He's woke. You're as woke as a bag of dog shit on somebody's porch is about how woke you are. Because they don't know any aspect of the occult and haven't learned any part of it. And until you do, don't you throw the word woke or awakened around, because you're no part of it. Now here we go. When it comes to nutrition, the ridiculously tired, but where do you get your protein cliche? I mean, how many times have we heard this fucking thing? Huh? How many times? How many more times do we need to hear this fucking thing? Where do you get your protein from? How about spinach, kale, beans, peas? Endlessly. You can go on and on. Peanuts, nuts in general. You can go on and on and on. The protein wars. An 8-ounce steak is about 1.8 ounces of protein with only 0.27 ounces of usable protein for the body. Products like spirulina, rice protein, and yellow pea protein, especially the pea protein, provide 5 ounces of usable protein for each 8 ounces consumed. I'm going to show you a pea protein-based product that you will not believe. I mean, look at the meat substitute products that are coming out based on pea protein, like, you know, the Impossible Burger or the Beyond Burger, you know? I mean, not to say you should make that any kind of a staple of the plant-based diet, but if you do have a craving for meat burger, you know, then, you know, that's something that acts as an acceptable substitute, providing lots of absorbable protein without harming animals to be made. In the next tile, 4 ounces of ground beef contains 20 grams of protein and 320 calories, but it is high in acidity. Meat is very acid forming. Again, the plant-based diet is an alkaline forming diet. When we take fresh, whole, natural foods into our diet, we are putting alkaline forming foods into our body. It doesn't matter whether their pH, like an orange's pH is very acidic, but when you take it into the body, when you eat a fresh orange, a fresh organic orange, you are taking an alkaline forming substance into the body. Okay? That citrus fruit is alkaline forming, and disease cannot thrive in an alkaline environment in the body internally, when the body is alkaline internally. So 4 ounces, but with the ground beef there, you're also adding high acidity, high cholesterol, saturated fat, no fiber, and heterocyclic amines. Not really sure what they do, but I'm assuming that that's some sort of a negative amino acid. 4 ounces of black beans, on the other hand, contains the same 24 grams of protein, only 120 calorie, lower acidity, no cholesterol, no saturated fat, and 9 grams of fiber and tons of phytonutrients. And, nobody's going to tell me sitting down and making a nice black bean burrito, with other vegetables in it, isn't a great lunch or dinner. where we don't need what we think we need when it comes to animal products. It's untrue. The normal, natural, necessary argument doesn't hold any water. Human beings are scientifically proven to be able to survive. There's a book, I'm going to see if I can maybe find it for the discussion or question session next week probably. It's called We Don't Need Meat. I found it in a thrift store, and it's a whole book talking about the whole myth of the need of eating animal meat. It's unnecessary. It's not normal, natural, or necessary. It's a religion. It's a religious belief system that we are indoctrinated and inculcated into since the time we are young. Then you have the, but plants feel pain too. This argument, which is all too common. Okay? No, plants don't feel pain in the same way animals feel pain. As I explained before, plants have, while they are connected to the earth, an instinctual, mechanized instinct response mechanism to external environmental stimuli. Okay? They don't have a central nervous system, a spinal column like a vertebrate animal. They don't have the brain of the animal. They don't have the sensory organs that an animal does, and they certainly don't feel pain and emotion the way that animals do, because they are less complexified organisms than our animals, and that's why they are in a completely different kingdom of life than our animals. So stop making the argument that because people believe erroneously that plants are sentient, which they are not. Animals are sentient, plants are not. Okay? And here's another thing. Plants need to stay connected to the earth where animals do not. We can exist independently from the ground. That means we can move. That's why we are imbued with spirit. That's what it means to be an animal, not to have to be connected to the earth itself. You remove a plant from the ground, you have to take some of the ground with it. Okay? The plant has to continue to survive in the earth, in the ground. Okay? So it's a less complexified form. If you really want to study the differences between plants and animals and human beings, you want to get into the occult. You want to get into readings in Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism and Kabbalah in particular. The Western mystery traditions. Okay? And they'll talk about the evolutionary progression all the way down to the mineral kingdom. Mineral, then up to animal, then to plant, then up to animal, then up to human, and then beyond human. Okay? So, just do your basic biology and do a basic comparative anatomy study between plants and animals, and they're not the same. Never have been, okay? And yes, it is acceptable to cut that cucumber off the vine and consume it, no, it is not acceptable to shoot the cow in the head and eat it. Okay? There's a difference, and if you can't see it, there's something broken in your brain and your heart. That's my final word on that. Here's the book that I recommend for people who really want to get into the differences in nature between plant life, animal life, and human life. And again, skimming sections is the wrong approach. You have to sit down with this book in a quiet environment and read it cover to cover over a multi-day process or a multi-week process if necessary. Okay? It's about sitting with the information, going through all of it, consider everything the author has said, and some things I don't agree with. Okay? But I'm telling you right now, if you look into Freemasonry's approach on nutrition, Rosicrucian approach on nutrition, Kabbalistic approach to nutrition, the Western mystery occult tradition approach to life in general, you're going to find a common theme. They all recommended less harm to the animal kingdom. Why? And this book is called The Rosicrucian Cosmoconception by the author and famous Rosicrucianist from the early 1900s named Max Heindel. That's M-A-X, and his last name is Heindel, H-E-I-N-D-E-L-L. I will be posting this book with the podcast in searchable PDF format. I've not been able to locate it as an EPUB, an electronic publication text with reflowable text. If anybody does have a copy of it, please, shoot it over to me, or make me aware of it, send me a link or something. But I do have a searchable, a nicely scanned, searchable PDF version, which I'll post with this podcast. So In this book, he talks about the progression of the souls and the forms, the bodily forms of the many different forms of the body of the mineral kingdom, the plant kingdom, the animal kingdom, and the human kingdom. Okay? And he goes through all these different cycles and progressions that are undergone by life in this book. And he talks about the differences between plants and animals and human beings. And when you understand plants are part of the earth spirit, they're connected to the life force of the earth. I mean, as are we all to a certain extent. But animals are more individuated than plants, a more complexified life form, and therefore we should strive to do less harm and not depend on them for our food sources, because of the etheric energy. The killing of a being with a soul is going to put into the etheric field of the earth and create a karmic dynamic there. You know, just like you shouldn't kill a human being because of the karmic dynamic, you shouldn't kill animals because of the karmic dynamic. When you do it on a mass scale, you are creating an etheric energy field on the earth that is polluting the entire earth with negative karmic energy. Okay, he gets into all of this in this book, why just about every occultist worth his salt has always advocated for a more plant-based diet, whether they just advocate for vegetarianism or going to a full entirely plant-based diet. They all advocate for doing less harm to animals. And that's what this is about. It's not about being perfect. It's about doing the least harm possible. That's the title of the show. No one is ever going to be perfect. Okay? It's about using your discretion and your spiritual discernment to understand that eating less animals and contributing less to the suffering of the animal kingdom is going to be better karmically in the aggregate for human beings and for animals. Okay? You know, how much has the life evolutionary progression of animals suffered because of what human beings do to them? Probably a ton. Just like we can suffer as a result of what higher beings have done to us. Okay? So this is about getting into the heart. That's why I recommend the Rosicrucian tradition. The lamp of wisdom combined with the flame of the heart. That's what these symbols are. You know, one represents knowledge, but one represents holistic intelligence through heart-based intelligence. The symbols depicted on that. That is what the Rose Cross has always depicted. The ring of roses around the cross representing the heart energy and the chakras of the body. The center one being the heart, the 7 roses on the cross. The cross representing the physical domain in which we live. If you understand Rosicrucianism like any other aspect of high-level occultism from the Western mystery traditions, it will clear up a whole lot. I'm not telling you that this book is the definitive be-all, end-all source on, the truth about, soul progression and or nutrition. I'm telling you it's something that if you read in the right mindset, with the right reverence for knowledge, you'll probably come away with it somewhat transformed as to what a better way of living is. Because that's what the book is ultimately about. It's about the golden rule. And that has nothing to do with organized religion. It was a concept that was around thousands of years before formalized Christianity. Okay? It's about doing to others and living with others as you would prefer to be treated and not be harmed. So don't do that harm to other people. The apophatic version of the golden rule to start with. Then you can move up to actually truly treating people in a better way, which is transcending morality and then getting into ethical treatment of other beings. We're not even at a moral treatment of other beings, let alone an ethical one. Morals is just about not doing harm. Ethics is then about treating people nicely and helping them. Being altruistic because you're in a position where you can do that because you're strong enough. That's a very difficult place to get because most people are still living lives that completely embrace immorality and contributing to the suffering of other beings. Folks, read this book and read books that deal with real occultic traditions. In the Rosicrucian tradition, the Freemasonic tradition, the Kabbalistic tradition, the tradition of tarot. There's so much out there. I'll do another show at some point where I show you how to get more materials from the web, because I'm telling you, this is the first part of the great work is gathering the grammar. Then you got to process it. You got to go to work on it. You know, this book can take some people weeks to read. Okay. You have to sit down and power through it. Even if you don't understand sections of it, read them anyway, and then go back and revisit them later. You know, take it in to the extent you can now. That's what it's about, doing what you can do now. So that's all anybody can do. But see, most people are too lazy to do that. That's why I'm hard on people. I see what they are capable of, then I see what they're actually doing. And the two don't jibe. They're way out of whack. Here's what they're capable of, and here's what they're doing. You know, not good enough. I'm not one to baby spoon feed people and tell you that you're doing great when you're not. You know, many of us, most of us could be doing far better than we are. And that includes myself sometimes. The point is, be honest with yourself. Here, this is free range. This is what we call free range. You know, animals crowded into, you know, often filthy pens, big barns, you know, where they're given small amounts of feed and water, you know, until they're ready for slaughter. And the ones that they don't even need or want go into a grinding machine. You know, look that up. But anyway, this is the question everybody asks. They'll say, you're working for the dark side. The veganism agenda is an agenda of the New World Order, you know, and the globalist elitists, they want people to become vegan. I agree. In many cases, yes, they do. So why does it seem like the masters want their slaves to become vegan or to go to a plant-based diet? Okay. And I'll answer this question. Okay. And the thing is, when people instantly assume that someone's an agent just because they're talking about something they don't want to hear or they don't like to hear, okay, it's again a childish, naive position with no discernment applied. Little to no discernment applied. All right? Yes, it is true that the whole idea is that they want to move people off of a meat-based diet to a plant-based diet. But not because they're concerned for our health, not because they're concerned for karma of the animals, okay? They'll probably still find ways to torture and kill animals and children and people, okay? But the reason they want this to be done is because they realize the ecological turmoil and imbalance the world has been heading into headlong, largely because of the ways that we're imbalancing the earth due to practices like big factory farming. Okay? The kind of runoff that it produces, how it's polluting rivers and streams and oceans. They don't want to upset the ecological balance so much that it proverbially burns down their farm. They need, economically and control-wise, to keep controlling the animals on the farm. So they're not interested. It's not like they're trying to make people healthy or undermine health. People will say, oh, they want people to become vegan to undermine their health. I'm going to read you things about what people think, something about what people think veganism is, or what they say about, you know, not living to cause less harm. It's utterly ridiculous. I'm going to get into that in a moment. Okay. But yes, there is an agenda to take people more toward a plant-based diet for a very specific reason. The farmers of the world, of human beings, have an active interest in maintaining their farm. They don't want the farm system to collapse, because if the farm system collapses because of the imbalances done unto it, because of the practices of breeding so many animals and polluting the earth to that extent, then their whole system of control is unable to be maintained. So they are interested in sustainability, but sustainability not from a point of view just because the earth it will be really truly healthy and thriving. They want it just healthy enough to maintain the control system and keep it on lockdown for their slaves. That's why they don't want the ecological imbalances and disasters that could come at a future point when it comes to continuing to maintain unsustainable practices when it comes to animal usage. And that's the only reason that they're promoting veganism more. Okay? That's what people have to understand, which they don't. They automatically assume because they're trying to propagate it that it means that it's got to be something harmful for us. No. Sometimes they do things that are just in their interest alone. And they take the hit, you know, just so they can continue to farm the system. They'll take a hit and say, well, hey, we'll have to have less animals in slaughter sacrifice, But they'll do that and take that compromise because not doing it would mean the whole farm system is going to collapse from the amount of decay, pollution, and unsustainable practices that they've been continuing to exert. So farmers of human beings will often modify their practices once their farm gets polluted enough. Just like a pig farmer will modify his farming of pigs once his farm gets polluted enough. It's the same dynamic when it comes to farming human beings. No different. Before I get into the next section, I want to keep the slide right here. And I want to show people, I want to read to people. Actually, I'm going to jump out of my slides because I want to read to people a PDF of something that I found online. I will keep the person's name anonymous. Honestly, I'm going to keep their name anonymous, not to embarrass them, because their words are embarrassing enough. I'm going to keep them anonymous because they don't deserve to have their name mentioned on What on Earth is Happening. But I am going to mention their words and to show people how utterly nonsensical and outright soul dead their mind, their body, their soul, their words that come out of them are. That's what this is here for. And I'm going to tell you, most of the human species is this way. Most of the human species. Okay? So this is what I'm calling a semi-recent Facebook post that I stumbled across when I was looking into veganism versus carnism dynamics one day. This person wrote on Facebook publicly for the world to read, "Minimizing harm is pointless and futile. Ever heard of a species of cicada that gets stung and paralyzed by a specific type of wasp? It then eats the organs out of the cicada and leaves its eggs inside its shell to form a new baby wasp." Okay, so wasps, one of the more aggressive forms of, insects in the insect kingdom. You're going to compare their behavior to human beings as if we should somehow emulate the behavior of wasps and yellow jackets. Okay? Yeah, great. We're off to a good start. Okay? Nature is disgusting. I'm not about to change my diet and get health problems when I've likely evolved to this point as a result of my ancestors eating meat. Actually, no, not true. You probably haven't evolved to the point you have because they've eaten meat. You probably evolved to the point that you have because nature took it there. And certain people were strong enough to endure environmental pressures, And it's not just eating meat did that. It's because they had a will to survive and propagate, to take knowledge down to the next generations, more likely than anything else. Sickening, yes. Humans are a predatory species. Here we go with the poison worldview. Okay? And that we are like any other predatory animal. I'm not entirely convinced there isn't an agenda behind veganism either. We just talked about that misunderstanding. Yeah, I'm entirely convinced that there is an agenda behind veganism, but I just explained to you why it exists. And that's the truth about why it exists. Could be to weaken or cause health problems amongst the greater population that has switched to eating plants. No, not why it is. To continue a sustainable practice of human farming is the real answer. But this person wouldn't understand that. I already have a restrictive diet. I'm not switching from the Mediterranean diet. It seems to work best for me and my health. Jordan Peterson recommended the diet of meat and salad. There's a great source that you want to trust when it comes to nutrition. Somebody who's eaten practically nothing but meat. Yeah, great idea. Putting the body into ketoacidosis, okay? It's going to have a long-term negative effect on the organs because your body and brain are not getting the glucose they need into their cells and then into the energy-producing centers of the cells in the nuclei. Peterson recommended the diet of meat and salad. It seems to clear up most health problems. Only in the extreme short term for specific problems. The keto diet was originally created in the medicine industry and propagated to try to treat certain conditions, neurological conditions in children. I can't remember the exact one. It was some form of a neurological condition. And in the short term, it helps with that. But it's not intended to be eaten as a dietary staple or a continued diet for regular adult human beings. Ethics and morality simply isn't enough when it comes to these drastic changes. No, why not? Why isn't doing the right thing enough? Because, see, he's not actually convinced of the real science that shows and proves we don't need animal-based proteins or products in our diet if we transition off of them having eaten them. People who never ate meat and were brought up being on a plant-based diet never have had a problem eating a plant-based diet. People who have lived on a life of eating meat on a carnivore diet, yes, you have to transition off of it gradually or you will do harm to your body. I need scientific evidence that eating just a plant-based diet is going to supply me with all my nutritional needs. It's out there in such droves that you are practically drowning in it. Secondly, all you have to do is go to people who have done it and show they've been doing it for decades in many cases with no problems to their health. Secondly, the science is in on that and you could read about it. I actually, in that earlier slide, it was a new study. The site has the study and it talks about that the most effective diet for long-term nutrition and health was one of a balanced diet of whole foods that come directly from the earth. Just as I've been saying, some other products are made from, says some of the vegan products out there are packed with chemicals or are absolutely disgusting. I absolutely agree. That's the first true statement that he made. Okay? Yes, there are vegan products that are not healthy for you. That's called using your discernment. You can go buy a whole bunch of vegan cookies full of sugar and there are no animal products in them and you could eat vegan cookies all day and undermine your health. Very easy to do. Okay? No one is suggesting to anybody to do that. Okay? That would be equally as healthy as eating animal-laden junk food. Okay? Some other products are made from nuts, which certain people have allergies to. Yes, and this is appropriate to people who don't have allergies because... waiting for an answer from the dunce who wrote this. Okay. Let me go back. Sorry. Why would you want to be stuck being a cow? Is that why you care? Well, who made that claim? We're talking about other animals are a cow in this incarnation in their life and don't deserve to have needless suffering exerted upon them. Okay? Incapable of higher forms of thought, they can't write, speak, or create. This is the whole point I just made, which is why they're different from us and why they're different from the plant kingdom. They just eat and enjoy food. They aren't trying to take humanity to the next stage of existence. And that is why I would say I would choose my life over a squirrel's life in a survival situation. Yes, I am a more complexified and in that case important being because I am capable of influencing other people in this world to take their life to a higher stage of evolutionary growth than an individual squirrel that I might hunt in a survival situation. But if I don't need to do that, I'm going to cause the least amount of harm possible. Here's another solution for you. Why not take up the burden of converting humans into solar-powered cyborgs? That way we don't need anything but sunlight to recharge ourselves. Well, I just talked about the fact that I actually know 2 people that are living off of sunlight. Know them personally as friends who are not eating solid or liquid food. Don't even need to drink water if they don't want to. Okay? Living on the sun already in this year, today. I know 2 people who are doing it and they're in good health and know they are not weak and know they are not frail or emaciated. Rather than whining to people like me that have no ability or power to shut down those industries. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I didn't ask to be raised as a meat eater, neither did any of us. I just spawned and found myself in this fucked up world. It's a nice way to say that your mother gave birth to you. Give me a procedure to survive off sunlight and I'll gladly take that up. Again, that is a process. It's not an instantaneous procedure. It's a long-term process, which most people in the world will never get to in this lifetime, right? Until then, we are breeding animals into existence and killing them for energy. In an immoral capacity, yes, you are. That's what's going on. That's the altar of sacrifice. That's the continual satanic bloodletting ritual that's taking place on this planet, without any doubt. I'm not going to fuck with my biochemistry, especially my hormones, by eating soy and tofu. Who said you had to? If you don't want to eat soy and tofu, don't. Secondly, soy and tofu aren't the problem. It's genetic modification that's the problem with that. And no one is saying to make soy and tofu a staple of your diet. I don't have a problem with the soybean as long as it's not genetically modified, quite frankly. And eaten in moderation, as should all beans be eaten in moderation. Because we don't need as much protein as they say. I'm going to show you a product if you're worried about your protein intake, okay, that I use. I'm going to go through a couple of things that I use that I think people should be aware of. You think my life isn't already difficult? Oh, here the truth starts coming out, right? I don't want to do the work. See, my life is already difficult enough. You're adding another thing for me to be concerned about and to research and to do work regarding. See, that's the truth coming out from the shadow self. You think my life isn't already difficult. There's one of the truest statements uttered in this nonsense. I'm working round the clock like a slave so I could have a roof over my head. Now you want me to have health problems too by screwing with soy and tofu. No, not what anyone said. Putting words in other people's mouths. Okay? So this is the dynamic, as it always is, hearing what you want to hear. And that's where most people are at. They can't hear what's being said. They hear only what they want to hear. That's a mind that is closed to the truth. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what it is creating. Right there. That's the reason. It's called religion. A mind that is closed to the truth, that believes whatever the fuck it wants, is creating that human farm globally. So, I'm going to wrap up by talking about positive aspects of things that you could be doing now that really will go into you will go into overdrive by doing these things. You will put your body in optimum condition. Okay, that with moderate exercise on a daily basis. You have to filter your water. You have to filter your water. You have to filter your water. Get over it. The people who insist that you could, and I'm not advocating for any particular reverse osmosis or any other water purification system. Here's the thing. Filter your water. Just do it. Okay? Just do it. I use reverse osmosis for water filtration in my home. Okay, this is not the one on the screen that's going to be on the screen right now is not what I use. It's just a picture I found. I don't care what brand you buy. Get a 5-stage reverse osmosis system. Even 4-stage ones are acceptable. Okay? I'm right now using a 5-stage reverse osmosis system with a 5-gallon tank. Okay? You can get one of these nice brushed stainless steel faucets to put above your sink, where normally it'll go in the hole where your soap dispenser would normally go. Okay? But you'll get clean, pure water down to like maybe 8, 9, 10 parts per million with a good one. Okay? Close to distilled. All right? There's, first of all, nothing better that you could do. Stop drinking the water that comes out of the tap and cooking with it. Don't put it in your body. Hook up your reverse osmosis system to your ice maker in your fridge if you have an ice maker. You don't want to use that for ice. You want to use the reverse osmosis system for your ice. Okay? I don't consume tap water. Only thing I do, and it's dangerous enough with all the chlorine and chloramine and other derivatives, chlorine-based derivatives and other toxic substances, to even have it go through the pores of skin in your hands to do dishes with it. I should be wearing, protective dish doing gloves every time I do dishes. But that's the only thing I use tap water for. Get a shower filter that filters chlorine and other dangerous chemicals that are in the tap water, because especially when you turn it on hot, you're getting it in doubly by breathing the fumes. So I try to even do dishes in more lukewarm than steaming hot water. Sometimes you have to use really hot water to get some things off if you leave it too long, So, doing dishes immediately after eating helps with that as well, because it's much easier to break the food debris away from the dishes. But you have to filter your water. I can't say that enough or as many times. You're drinking pure poison if you're drinking unfiltered tap water. If you go to a restaurant, okay, you might drink some of the water there, but you don't make that a habit. It's what you do most of the day, every day, that counts the most, that's going to have the most impact on your health. Get a reverse osmosis system, folks. They're cheap. Here, I'm going to step out of the presentation. I'll go to Amazon and I'll put in reverse osmosis system. Let's see what they're going for these days. Oh, looks like they're not selling them. Amazing. I don't know what happened. Oh, I'm in books. I'm sorry. I have to go to all departments. Sorry about that. I was looking for a book earlier. I forgot to change that menu. Here we go. Look at the prices on these. I mean, you're going to tell me that as an investment in your health, you won't be able to afford less than $200, or in this case, here's one, $137, $189 for a nice one with a nice, they have the nice stainless steel faucets now in many cases, I mean, come on. This is a no-brainer. $300 as an investment in your health? This is nothing. Nothing. All right, let's go back to the presentation slides. The next thing, the number one mistake people who are transitioning to any kind of a plant-based diet, or people in general, are not doing is doing fruit and vegetable juicing and fruit and vegetable blending. The number one thing that people are not doing enough of, or not doing at all, that they are undermining their health by not engaging in this form of eating, is using juicing and blending smoothies as a supplement. Drinking fresh, juiced from an actual juicer, fruit juices and vegetable juices, and drinking plant-based smoothies, healthy smoothies with a good high-powered blender. Now, you could do this with a crappy juicer and a crappy blender. I'm going to show you higher-end products that, again, I will endorse them. I'll say, yes, I use them. I get no kickback monetarily to tell you that I think these are good products. This is the juicer and the blender that I myself use in my home, in my kitchen. I use the Breville Juice Fountain Elite, which is the juicer that is pictured here on the left. It's made almost entirely out of stainless steel, with the exception of the top plate. The chute, the waste chute, is a plastic polymer assembly, and the collection tank is also, the juice collection jug is also a non-BPA plastic. Okay, but it's solidly built. It's built like a tank. It has variable two speeds, so it's variable speed. Cleans up very easy. Okay, will make great juice. Doesn't oxidize the juice that much. They have an even better one now that's called the Cold, the Breville Cold XL, they call it. I'll show it to you. But now it even heats the juice even less. It's a negligible amount of friction from the blades that will heat it a little bit. Some people will say that'll create some oxidation. I find that it doesn't really deplete the nutrient content of the juice. You could store it in the fridge 2 to 3 days, depending on the type of juice. I would say probably 2 days is the maximum you ever really want to store it before you drink it. This will juice just about anything you can throw at it in there. Okay, wide feed chute, you could put whole apples in there, and I often do. I recommend celery, juicing celery all the time. Cucumbers, high water, nutrient, micronutrient dense, are all greens basically. You could do leafy greens, but wrap them around harder greens or carrots, and then a masticating juicer such as this will do a good job, even with leafy greens, but you have to wrap them around a harder fruit or vegetable. Okay. And just get into celery, carrot, apple. That's a great introductory juice. Okay. Or even just carrot, apple. Okay. But incorporate the greens. Do celery. Try this one. Celery, cucumber, apple. It's fantastic. It's utterly fantastic. Okay. You drink that, I mean, you're getting so much nutrient content and energy. It'll keep you going the whole day. And then blending. You know, you want a high-powered blender like a Vitamix 5200. That's what I use. They have even higher-powered ones now. The newer Vitamixes are even more powerful than this one. Okay, they're amazing blenders, worth every penny for an investment in your health. You can go down to any, Goodwill or some type of a thrift store and find used juicers and blenders. They won't be necessarily as good as these, but guess what? Let me tell you something, folks. I went to a thrift store just off of South Street here in South Philadelphia, and I got the Juice Fountain Elite juicer for $40. It's a $300 juicer. I got it for $40 in perfect working condition with perfectly sharp blades, looking like it had only been used once or twice. And somebody said, I'm not doing this, because they didn't have the willpower to do it. And so they took it to the thrift store, and I ended up being the proud recipient of that juicer for a measly $40. Okay. That's a true story about how I got the current juicer that I use. Now, I lucked out, but I don't expect to go into the nearest thrift store and find a Juice Fountain Elite for $40, but you probably can find a simple juicer, for less than that, even for like, $10. Okay. And it'll do the job to get you started. Okay. Same thing with blenders. You could get like some cheap, shitty blender that's going to do a half-ass job. But let me tell you something, it ain't going to make a smoothie like my Vitamix is. I'm sorry. Not going to happen, And it's a way to get started, but the better something comes out technologically, the better it tastes, so you could prepare it better. You're more likely to continue doing the practice on an everyday basis to habituate it. All right. An air fryer. This one changed my life too. I don't think I've used my frying pan ever since I've gotten an air fryer. Okay. To cook vegetables, forget pouring lots of grease or some type of, oil in a pan, and cooking in it and letting it get all saturated into the food. An air fryer, you will never cook the same way again once you start using a good one of these. Get a good digital air fryer. There's a couple different brands listed here. I don't use either one of these brands. I cannot recall what my model is off the top of my head. But get a nice big one, like at least over 5 quarts, okay, minimum. And they work great, okay? Cook very fast, almost comparable to microwave speed fast cooking, okay? And you could cook anything in them, okay? And you could totally reduce having to put any oil on food when you're cooking this way. I use a light coconut oil spray, and it does a fantastic job. Much healthier cooking. For those still worried about where they're going to get their protein, okay, I highly recommend from Pure the IntestiCleanse formula. This was not on the market. It was only available through certain healthcare practitioners, and now they came out with it publicly. And it is one of the best pea protein-based powders with all other kinds of amino acids added. You got to just go online and look at the nutrient data on this. It will blow your mind, okay? For people who get into weightlifting, bodybuilding, any kind of sports activity, working out at the gym, this is the stuff. This will keep you going all day, okay? You take a smoothie with this stuff, forget about it, okay? Probably the best protein powder on the market as far as I'm concerned. This is something that I left out, okay? I left out talking about the importance of iodine in the human diet as a supplement, okay? Iodine is not something that the body produces, but it's something that's very, very important for the regulation of thyroid health, okay? So, sorry about that, folks. I just took care of that. My laptop power cord was plugged into the wrong Jack, so sorry about that. But I wanted to let people know about a form of iodine that we all really should be taking as a supplement, okay, on a daily basis. And I've been taking this for several years, every single day of my life without missing a day, okay, as a total regimen. As something that I have habituated as a regimen. Every single morning when I wake up, I take nascent iodine. Okay, now nascent iodine is an unbound atomic form of iodine that really has been removed from anything that once even contained it, like certain types of sea salt. Okay, now you have processed salts where the iodine is actually removed. Okay, and they've done this deliberately. They've taken it out because they know how beneficial this is, not only for the health of the thyroid, which it very much helps to regulate. And the thyroid regulates so many other functions of the body that really being deficient in iodine is an actual health issue, can become a detrimental health issue. So this is something that I will highly recommend. It's something that I've been doing. This is the proper way to get it into your body is by taking the atomic form, the unbound atomic form of it, and not a polluted form of the iodine. So there's many different forms of nascent iodine on the market. You could research that, look on any of your favorite health sites or any shopping sites that you want to check out. And you could often find really great deals on them. So, do your research and purchase something that you feel is a quality product and take it every day, because it really has made a tremendous difference in my personal health, and I highly recommend it. It's something that shouldn't be overlooked. I mean, this is like something to me that is as important as juicing and blending in your daily regimen. Fruit juices, vegetable juices, and blending, making healthy smoothies. Often you could even add protein powder to smoothies. That's what I basically do. I'll make fruit smoothies with added protein powder in them, or, even green smoothies, with spinach or kale or celery. I mean, that's the way to do it with a high-powered juicer or blender. Now, I would say nascent iodine is right up there with importance, and it's also right up there with things that people lack and don't do. They don't supplement their diet properly. They don't take the right supplements. They don't take, the right things that when you add it to a healthy, whole plant-based diet, whole foods plant-based diet, based in nature, as undiluted and unpolluted as possible, straight from the earth. If you don't supplement with iodine, you're making a huge mistake. It's as big of a mistake as not doing fruit and vegetable juicing and blending. Okay, so that's what I wanted to say regarding nascent iodine. I also wanted, I talked last week about all of these health fads and these diet fads, these fad diets and crazes that you see pop up, and how people will follow them because they don't really have the information that they need. They haven't really done the research and the homework. And then they're so, craving to look for something that some expert knows about that is, going to help them and going to improve their health or change their body type, or make them feel energetic again. And it's so simple. None of these fad diets, I wanted to talk about I did talk about the keto diet and, the paleo diet. One thing I didn't talk about is the blood type diet. This is another big craze, and it's another big fad diet. All of these fad diets are just get rich quick schemes by the people that come up with them, as far as I'm concerned. Okay. And one of the things they never talk about, they always talk about, well, here's the things you need to restrict completely from your diet. Don't ever eat this. Don't ever eat that. As soon as you hear don't ever eat this or that, unless it's something that's completely artificial, like artificial sweeteners, okay, dyes, colorings, all that shit that's in our diet, all those poisons, okay? As soon as somebody starts talking about any natural food that grows in the earth, okay, that is actually here for humans to consume, I'm automatically suspect, and I will say that that's automatically some type of, fad diet that's being marketed to people because they know how gullible they are, they know how little they know about real plant-based nutrition, and they know how, just desperate they are to go to, some sort of an expert and follow everything that they say. I'd group the blood type diet in with all of that. Okay. I would also group the grain-free diet in with all of that. And I know there's going to be people who, hey, they're going to disagree with all of this. Okay. But grains aren't in and of themselves poisons as they grow in the earth naturally. Okay. No one is going to convince me of that. Okay. I don't really care where your studies came from. My take is if it grows in the earth naturally, and it's not something that's like inherently poisonous, like poisonous berries or things like that. There are certain inherently poisonous plants that human beings cannot consume, obviously. Okay. That's common sense knowledge that things like that exist in nature. Grains are not one of those things. Certain grains have become poisonous because of the way human beings have genetically modified them. And I'm going to say genetic modification. Okay. So how certain grains have been modified, and this is why there's a stigma in many health diets and fad diets against all grains. And I do not agree with that stigma. I think it is a false equivalency. Okay. That being said, you have to be very careful with many grains, with most of them, because most of them are genetically modified. And here's the problem with this, folks. They don't have to be labeled genetically modified, because they are not genetically modified in a laboratory with some type of actual chemical or physical modification of the grain. They are genetically modified through the process of genetic hybridization in the fields, in the way that they are crossbred and grown. So that type of genetic modification, which is called genetic hybridization, does not have to be labeled as a GMO food in almost any place in the world, especially in the United States. I'm not going to say that that's true for every country in the world. In some places that may have to be labeled if that is the case, but I'm telling you definitively that in the entire United States, no product containing genetically hybridized grain ever has to be labeled as a GMO food, as a genetically modified organism. Okay? So this is where people don't understand the difference between these things. And if you research it, the process of genetic hybridization creates a poisonous protein in many grains, specifically modern wheat. Okay? And if you look at modern wheat versus ancient wheat, you could actually see the physical difference in the size of the wheat berry. Okay? But that's like just, that has not really, the size of it and shape of it has very little to do with what's going on inside of it. Okay, because that's ultimately way more important. Okay, it produces a protein that is not really found in grains as nature grew them and intended. Okay, and it's called gliadin. Now, if you research gliadin, this is a poisonous protein for the human immune system, reproductive system, digestive system, everything. It's a very, very insidious poison. It's a poisonous agent. And this is contained in just about all modified modern grain strains. Okay. The genetically hybridized forms of wheat. Okay. Now, if you go back to ancient grains, you're not going to have these problems. Okay. You're not going to have this poisonous protein in it. And this is what almost hardly any researcher or any person advocating grain-free diets ever really talks about. And what they'll say is avoid them all because you're not going to know the difference. That's untrue. It is possible to know the difference in which grains are hybridized and not. Anything called wheat, plain wheat, is going to be hybridized. Okay. But if you get an ancient form of wheat like einkorn or an ancient spelt, okay, or an ancient kamut wheat, then those things are not going to be genetically hybridized. So you want to look for organic and ancient grains. Okay. So amaranth, quinoa, a millet, things like that. Not only are many of them gluten-free, they're going to be gliadin-free if they're organic and non-genetically hybridized. So ancient organic grains. Okay. So I just want to let people know that we need to break this whole idea that anybody saying just avoid this whole thing in nature 100% completely is selling you a bill of goods. as far as I'm concerned. I don't subscribe to any of these restrictive forms of dieting, okay? I subscribe to a whole and complete nutritious diet based on plant foods that are largely unmodified by the work of man. If nature grew it and it is safe for us to eat, okay, and it's largely unmodified and not polluted by what man does to it, so almost completely unprocessed, use it in your diet. It's called a common sense approach to nutrition and health. Okay. And all of these other fad diets are just, they're there to sell people a bill of goods in a naive state and in a hungry state to get, information that they lack because they don't want to do the research themselves. And opportunists will come in and sell them all these fad diets. And that's exactly what's going on. So you need to research gliadin, which is the poisonous protein that is created in wheat and certain other grains, but mostly in wheat, through the process of genetic hybridization. Okay. Last week, I kind of ended the show trying to rush through what adaptogens were. And I think this is also very important and also very not understood by people when they study nutrition and health. And yet these are some of the most important herbs that we could be using to supplement our diet. Adaptogens are compounds which help the body to adapt to stress and exert a normalizing effect upon bodily processes. And I'm talking about across the spectrum of body functions, okay? Just about every way that your internal organs function, to weight regulation, to energy, you name it. It will normalize things. If you are underweight, it will help you to gain weight. If you are overweight, it will help you to lose weight. They'll give you a lot of energy by taking these in the right amounts. Okay. Some of them you have to be careful with. If you take too much, it could actually, wire you up like caffeine can. Okay. So you want to look into adaptogens. You want to do your research on them. Some common examples are ashwagandha. I take this all the time as well. Okay. Astragalus root, great for detoxification and energy. That's also something that I try to take whenever I can. Cordyceps mushrooms, ginseng, licorice root, rhodiola rosea. Okay, all of these you want to do your research into and start getting on different adaptogens. I highly recommend ashwagandha. It's something that's also very much helped with my, energy and overall regulation, body regulation. Okay, it's really good for men and women as well. So, and astragalus, I can't say enough good things about that. And then you could look into all of the beneficial mushrooms, the cordyceps mushroom, the blase mushroom, the chaga, all of those, different types of fungus in the form of mushrooms can have an extremely high health benefit on the diet when they're used as supplements. You put them in smoothies, etc. There are certain forms of coffee that have these infused in them. NutriCafe is one example. Okay, so the whole point here is that adaptogens regulate body processes and they help with stress. They help reduce stressor effects. Okay, so very beneficial. And they're another thing that a lot of people leave out of the diet and don't know anything about and have never even heard of. Okay, so that's something that I left off talking about last week. And then I just wanted to wrap up this whole topic by just saying that eating well is actually a form of self-respect. When we make our food choices, we are choosing between putting toxic and poisonous substances in our body or putting life-giving substances that came from nature, came from the earth, and ultimately came from the sun. As I talked about last week, you want to talk about what the source of everything here is? It is our star, the sun. Okay. And, that's where all energy in life is ultimately connected to, folks. And like I said, it's something beyond what we even understand. We don't even know what the sun and the light that comes from the sun even really ultimately is. It's a form of energy. It's a form of spirit. It's a form of nurturing. And it's like the core of nature. Okay. It's everything in this solar system. No life would be possible without it. And that's where these plants really get their energy, connected to the earth, through the process of photosynthesis. And then they transmute that energy to us when we take them in, as we are meant to. Okay. So, Respect is what this is all about, especially self-respect. So many people are in this self-loathing state. They don't want the truth. They don't want real knowledge. And therefore they want to treat themselves as if they don't deserve anything better in life. This is why we're in a state of slavery, ladies and gentlemen. We're in a state, no self-respecting species could allow themselves to remain in a state of slavery. We are in a self-loathing state as a species, and our diet has a lot to do with it. See, this is a big in point for a lot of people. I've told people many times, this came last for me. I got all the other stuff, folks. I got all of it, all the aspects of the conspiracy, the worldwide conspiratorial aspects, all of the political and financial machinations that are taking place in the whole political spectrum. I got the whole, polarization dialectics, the mind control techniques, the occult, all of it. The last thing that fell into place for me personally was a change of diet and an understanding of real plant-based nutrition and how powerfully mind-changing that could be for the positive, to help us to get the brain fog out and help us to really clarify and develop a true sense of self-respect, clarify our thoughts, emotions, actions. It's a process of purification. I would go so far as to say it is internal alchemy. Okay. And then when you get yourself in a state of health and strength, then you are ready to do the great work of external influence, which is a process of alchemy, by putting this information and knowledge out there for other people. And that's what the great work is to really do. Okay, so I'll wrap up this formal. See, I don't have any problem with people continuing the carnist diet as long as they make the spiritual realization that this isn't the optimum way for human beings to be in the world, right? Where I consider the hardcore ignorance coming from is the people who actually have come to the incorrect conclusion that we really actually need this in our diet, and that they don't understand that there is a proper way to convert from a carnist diet to a plant-based, high-density nutrient diet based on plant food, plant nutrition. There is a right way to do that. There are wrong ways to do it. There are many wrong ways to do it. Okay, I'm trying to give people the tools, the information and the tools that they need to do it properly so that they transition. It's a journey and a transition. It's not an event, as I said last week. Transitioning to a plant-based diet is not an event. It's a journey. It's a process. Okay, so tell us a little bit about how that happened for you and how long it took and how difficult was it?
Well, it was a journey. But I'll tell you what pushed me over the edge was an event. I imbibed it was my birthday, and early morning I had my coffee and a certain entheogen, which put me in a mind space. And before my girlfriend was awake, I was just scrolling through internet, and I happened upon Facebook. I knew it was a bad idea, but I went anyway. And people were discussing how grass-fed beef is great and it's organic and it's good for you. And people were debating, and somebody just posted a photograph of an animal that's enslaved. Its face was bound with metal and ropes, and its eyes were crying and looking at something horrific, and you could see the fear and the pain and the anguish. And I just cried. Like, I opened up and I cried for, it must have been like an hour. My girlfriend woke up to me sobbing. She's like, "What's wrong?" And I just couldn't take it. I mean, everything shattered for me. And now I see meat as different than I used to. I used to see it as, and now I see what it is, and I understand what it, I have to choose to ingest fear and pain, and I have to choose to be that animal's captor. Like 3 times a day, I have to choose wrong, and I just couldn't do it anymore. And that was almost a year ago. I mean, I'm only vegetarian. I'm still, I guess technically I'm still
on the journey,
them,
right?
So it is a journey, but the actual
I stayed vegetarian, Sean, for 12 years before I made the commitment to fully go to a total plant-based diet. And it was difficult, you know. I saw the you know, desires welling up in me to, you know, stay attached to, you know, certain animal-based products. You know, it was a process of, you know, developing that willpower to say, I don't really need to stay attached to this. And that's something that like we work internally with ourselves to do. And some people do it at a faster pace. Some people do it at a slower pace. For me, the actual stopping of the consumption of meat was far easier than stopping the consumption of different associated you know, products like dairy products. I was much more addicted and, you know, attached to those than I was to actual animal flesh. Even though I was a big meat eater when I was a carnist. Okay. I mean, unbelievable. I was going to tell people about some of the, you know, anecdotes that happened to me to you know, of what I was like before and things that got me out of it. So, Sean, just let me know, how long have you been vegetarian for now?
It's been, my birthday is June 1st, so it'll be a year.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you kindly.
Yeah, great job.
Very nice to.
So I'll just let everybody know, like, you know, how much of a meat eater I was. I used to go to like those Brazilian steakhouses, the Brazilian barbecue steakhouses, you know, with friends. And just, you know, there are some in Philadelphia here that have this little gimmick that they give you like a chip, like almost like a casino chip or like a coaster. Okay. And one side is red and one side is green. And they just tell you, keep this in front of your placemat here. And if you want to keep having meat served to you, different cuts, keep it on the green side. And when you're full, flip it over to the red side, and we won't keep bringing different cuts of meat over to you, to your plate. Okay. And like, we'd be sitting at a table with like 10 people having dinner. And like me and like one other guy, you know, would still have it on green long after everybody had stopped and flipped their chip over to the red side. And then we'd be like, almost like competing, like to see who could keep going, you know? And finally, you know, like literally people are done and we've had like, you know, 8 more helpings brought over to us long after they had finished. And we're still going and everybody is just looking at us like, are these guys serious? Like you're like machines or something, you know? Where are you even putting it? You know? And we'd keep that chip on green, and finally, like on like the 9th round, he turns his over to red and I left mine on green for yet another couple. Okay. That's how big of a meat eater I was. So I'm not talking about somebody that just occasionally participated in eating some meat. I was like ravenously devoured it. And yet when I made the decision to start even weaning off of meat, I thought it was going to be this like gigantic struggle. I thought it was going to be like I'd be having meat cravings 24 hours a day. I'd be getting up wanting to go down to the refrigerator and, you know, make something with meat in it. And it never happened like that. When I finally did make the decision to even start weaning from it, it was miraculously and strangely easy for me to do. And that was the shock to me. It was a shock to me more than anything else. Like, I was never expecting it to be like that. I was prepared for a battle, a willpower battle, unlike anything I've ever done. And it just didn't happen. Now, dairy products, cheese in particular, you know, was the hardest for me. And that took a lot longer, obviously. But I was mentally committed to eventually making my way toward a fully plant-based diet. And I'm even going to try to not even use the word vegan because of the necessary, the potential connotations that it conjures in people's minds. I don't particularly have a problem with it, but it can develop into a religion when it becomes militant. I was never a militant vegan or a militant plant-based diet person. Okay. I think that this is a journey, a process of self-discovery, a process of being honest with oneself, and then a process of using one's own internal developed willpower to create a change that I feel we should decide to engage in. That's it. And that's the balanced approach that I take to this, like I try to take a balanced approach to nutrition. I don't want the polarization that's going on in the community, but I do want people to be honest with themselves about the moral aspect of it. So another quick anecdote before I continue with the calls is I also, as Sean was just saying, was quote unquote helped by a plant psychedelic slash entheogen. Okay. One day I took some psilocybin mushrooms, and it wasn't a large amount. It was a probably under 2 gram amount, which is not blasting you off into outer space. You're still going to interact pretty fine with the everyday world. And it didn't even obliterate my hunger. I was still hungry and wanted food. So I went into a Boston market, believe it or not, here in Philadelphia. And I ordered a plate of roast beef and sat down at the table and was eating it when I guess you could say the peak part of the experience was coming on. And it was basically saying, you don't really need this. You believe that you do, but you should look into what is done with the animals that you are consuming and how this ended up on your plate being eaten by you. And it's like an external voice. It is like a teacher if you're using it in the right context. And I was simply trying to be observant and, let it guide me, where, and just commune with it. Okay. Because this is a process. Real entheogenic communion is just that. It is a process of sharing consciousness with a aspect of nature. If it's used in the right context, obviously they can be abused. Okay. So it's for people to learn how to use correctly, as we've talked about on other shows. Okay. I don't advocate for just the wild use of psychedelics. It's to be done in the right mental preparedness state. Okay. And that's how I approached it. And I was open-minded to hearing that. But when I heard it, it was like, where did this come from? I know I'm not thinking this. It didn't come from me. Okay. So it's like, if you use psychedelics in a context like that to try to change consciousness, it can gently nudge you to that way. Some of them can be more brutal and be very harsh, but this was just saying you might want to look into whether you really do need that and whether it's actually necessary for your nutrition and your body, or whether you can step away from that because of the violence it's based upon and because of the harm that it causes in the world. And again, that's what this show is called. This is the addendum to least harm possible. It means we can transition to a way of life that is less harmful than the harm we were previously causing. That's what anarchy is all about, and that's what a plant-based diet is all about. So, that being said, I think that people have to understand more. This is less about just polarizing people. Right? We have to move away from that polarization and get to the core issue and just ask people to be honest. So if I disagree on this topic with someone else, all I'm going to ask you to do is be honest and see where your moral aspects of your thinking are at. And you don't have to lie about it. You can just be honest. So I've had conversations with people who still eat meat, and they're just like, I know this is causing harm. I know that the animals don't belong to me. I know that my body does not require it if I transition away from a meat-based diet properly. Yet, I know also that I don't have the willpower to do that, so I'm going to continue to eat meat. And that's it. Then we're honest with each other and we know where each other stands. Okay? That's all I've ever asked. Just don't lie. That's step one of occult initiation. Stop lying. Don't lie to yourself or other people. But most of all, don't lie to yourself first. If you don't have respect for oneself, you can never really display respect for anybody else. And this is kind of almost where I struggle. myself, because I do have that form of self-respect developed for myself, but I'm living in a world where the overwhelmingly vast majority of other people still don't have that developed self-respect. So then I struggle with giving them respect, and I almost fall into like hating people like that who are in that state of self-loathing, because they're the ones who are really fucking up the world, you know? And I'm not just talking about obviously like plant-based diet versus carnism. I'm not going to say that they're the ones fucking up the world, but the people who still advocate for human slavery are, okay, and don't understand the moral implications of what they advocate for. Okay, so when it comes to anarchy, I fall into the you know, what you might call trap of, you know, really descending into the lower emotions of just hating people. But I acknowledge that, and I admit it to myself. And I say, okay, this is something I have to work on to try to get people, bring them up more, right? Instead of just giving into that emotion. But I'm not saying we should just like the state that it is. We should be working to change it. It shouldn't be tolerated, okay? It shouldn't just be accepted, right? So there's a balance that has to be developed between just raging hate at people who aren't really trying to change for the positive versus trying to help uplift them and get them to be honest with themselves and others and develop self-respect. Because that's what this is all about, folks. This is about a species that is in a state of what I would call cosmic abandonment with deep parental abandonment issues, okay, and real worldly abandonment issues in the very real 3D world, okay, of people who have not grown up mentally, psychologically, emotionally, and spiritually enough to be honest with themselves. And that's all I'm going to demand of my viewing audience, is just honesty. Okay, so if we could do that, we have mutual respect between us.
And another thing, focusing on, this is what I really try and focus on, obviously to get order cults as well, but the law of correspondence with regards to religions of authoritarianism and carnism. I really think that they need to be done alongside each other, just because of those natural laws that bind us in a positive way. But, you know, just to get people to understand that it's wrong to dominate both humans and animals. I don't think we get to a state of freedom in either direction. They both have to be done on the aggregate. Thoughts on that?
Well said. You know, and I think part of what keeps people from directly, viscerally understanding it is that they don't have to do the work of actually slaughtering these animals themselves. I think if they did, and we didn't have factory farming practices and just general, you know, big agro practices, and people had to do that for themselves, they would find that they would actually really, the compassion centers in them would be more engaged, because it's very difficult for a person who hasn't been harmed by another life form to take the life of that life form, you know. And, you know, even if they still believed that it were necessary, which it isn't, we know scientifically that that's the case, if you wean off of a meat diet, because again, you're going to make changes to your physiology by eating meat your whole life. You don't want to just suddenly, you know, put the body into a distorted state, I guess you could say, by suddenly making that change. You want to ramp up. Okay, just like anything else, you know, you consult anybody who knows anything about the physiology of the body, and they're going to tell you avoid very sudden, drastic changes that are going to affect the physiology drastically all at once. You know, we come to a state of homeostatic equilibrium in just about whatever we do, because the body will make adjustments. The whole immune system and the processes of the body are amazing in their ability to adapt. Okay, so they'll adapt to even negative stuff being thrown at it all the time and be used to that. So when you want to change to something that is even more positive, you should do it over a process of time. You shouldn't do it suddenly. I think a lot of people, when they go plant-based or vegan, they try to do it too suddenly, and they find that processes in their body can, you know, go haywire. Then they blame it on that and say, I needed the meat. I get this a lot too. You know, I went to a plant-based diet, never saying anything about how quickly they did it, okay, or about what they ate, right? They just say, oh, I went plant-based. They could have been eating plant-based sugary cookies all day, Okay.
Yeah.
They could have been eating a totally grain-based diet with not a lot of, real phytonutrient nutritions in it. Okay. And then they want to say, oh, this caused problems with this organ or this process in my body, because they didn't do the transition to a healthy plant-based diet correctly. And so then they blame it on the plant-based side of things and say, I need meat to maintain optimum health. And it's not true. And it's based on a lot of presuppositions and just wrong ideas about how the science of this works that they didn't come to fully understand by doing proper research.
Yes. Going back to what you're saying about how the adaptable bodies work in there, and if you're in a high quality producing the hemp seed and an eclectic organic plant-based diet,
That's right.
I think you can transition fairly quickly, because your body, it's getting everything it needs. You're feeling full up, but obviously it's not sensible overnight, like you're saying. Mark, do you eat
yes.
hemp? Do you eat hemp seed?
I do. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of my insurance.
I take hemp-based CBD oil every day as well as a supplement, as part of my regimen of tinctures and supplements every morning.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Do you how often
Hemp
do you
seeds,
take
whole
empty?
hemp seeds are excellent too. You could throw them into smoothies or on a salad. It's an excellent nutritional aspect. I'm sorry, say again?
I was just asking you how often you do entheogens. And I know they should be done
infrequently. So I can't give you any amount of particular time. I don't like to maintain any kind of a schedule, but I do not do them very frequently.
when you feel that you need to.
Yes.
A couple of times a year or something.
That's right. And I feel like they should be used when you feel like you need another lesson, when you're falling short in your life. And you should be prepared to hear things that you don't want to hear and see things that you don't want to see. That's what they're for. They can be harsh teachers. Well, yeah, absolutely. So it's about mental and spiritual preparation, and they are tools to assist that. They're not going to do it for you either. They're going to kind of show you what needs to be done and then drop you back down right on the ground floor and say, now you have to do it. Nothing 100%. Will do it for you.
So,
yep.
It's quite funny. Going back to what you said about the restaurant, that was actually one of the last times I ate at a restaurant. I was just, gorging on all of this meat. It kind of made me realise just the gluttony and that's funny. That's one of the last times I ate meat. Those places helped me change ways.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's a whole difference in lifestyle. You could see it come through in just about every way. I mean, you look at where low vibrational energy and what people pay attention to that's low vibrational, and you'll see meat is always associated with it. High density, plant-based nutrition, juicing, smoothies, you're going to see, in many cases, not blanket statement, but a higher vibrational state of awareness accompany that. They definitely go hand in hand. So
the shamans don't eat they in those cultures, genetic orientated cultures.
Yes, absolutely. They're more in touch with nature in general and in touch with the land. Yes. Let's see. Who else do we have on the line? Let's go to Bill Church. Bill Church, you're live on What on Earth is Happening. Welcome.
Mark, can you hear me?
I can, coming through loud and clear. How are you doing, Bill?
I'm doing great, brother. Good to speak with you always.
You too, my friend.
I appreciate you doing this show because I've experienced the polarization on this topic, and
I think we all have. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a journey that I'm on as well. I'm on the trial and error aspect of this. The longest time that I went vegetarian, and I am currently a carnist. Mm-hmm. Okay, but I see and I know the moral. This is my biggest issue right now, man. And it always has been.
So let me just clarify what you just said. You are attempting to go vegetarian right now.
Absolutely, I'm in the process always, dude. Oh. And that's that's where I want people to understand in the polarization of this community. we can help each other much more than by doing these vitriol attacks to each other.
I
and
agree.
The vitriolic I've experienced has made me separate myself and come to my own. And the thing is, Mark, is that I juice my own vegetables. I do the hemp seeds. I do everything. I do the tinctures. My wife is a wildcrafter.
Sure.
Okay. And so she's out right now on a nature
that'll
walk.
certainly help with it. I mean, you'll be able to get so much benefits and energy from doing something like that. That's a hugely added benefit.
Well, and the thing is that I need help, and I need to find out what is going to work for me.
Sure.
And that's where we can really come together as a hive mind community and say, hey, look, with love, compassion, empathy for each other, there's nothing we can't discuss and there's nothing we can't figure out.
Right. And everybody is at a different stage in that process because we've all been conditioned to believing that it has to be a certain way. It's the same with the control system.
Yeah, well, and look at how we grew up, Mark. And just look at how you were speaking about the Brazilian restaurant that you were at. I mean, these are charged with emotional.
That's right.
Hot buttons that we've grown up with. Like when we go to Thanksgiving dinner,
Yep.
What do we walk in the house and smell?
That's right.
When we go to a barbecue,
Yep.
and even my friends that are vegans and vegetarians, I ask them, does that smell good to you? And they're like, dude, it's amazing.
Right.
I'll
still walk by places that are cooking meat and have to acknowledge that smells good to me. I mean, it's something you don't fully get rid of, But I mean, look at how our families, like my family prepared meat like maybe 6 out of 7 days out of the week.
That's right.
It would be rare when we didn't have a meal containing meat when I was growing up.
Right.
It just wasn't even considered. It was just thought of as this is just normal. This is just the way that humans eat.
Well. And
things are
done,
changing,
Mark,
though. There's so many new options. It's amazing. I mean, in Philadelphia this week, actually, I think yesterday was the last day of it. The previous week from Sunday to Saturday was called Vegan Restaurant Week. And it's amazing how many restaurants serve vegan options in the city of Philadelphia now. And they did a whole week about like having all these restaurants having amazing specials that are just whole food, whole plant-based, meals. And, I went to a few of them during maybe 2 or 3 during Vegan Restaurant Week. And the meals that I got, I could barely believe were vegan in some cases. It's like, right. The measures that they went to prepare meals like this, and make them taste with the flavor profiles as amazing as they tasted. It's like you could just look at this and be like, it's practically a piece of cake to go plant-based in today's world than it was even, 5 to 10 years ago.
That's right. And thank God for that, because, we don't know what we don't know, because like you said, we've had a lifetime of programming, and with this issue, it boils down to respect and self-respect.
That's right.
And what does respect mean?
To take another look.
And that's what we need to do on a daily basis.
Yep.
In my opinion, and what I've stressed is that we have more pressing matters as far as a world as a whole, as far as humans being dominated.
That's right.
And, I loved what you said about the domestication of some of these countries. And that's what I raise to when I have these vitriolic attacks from people. Is like, I have a gun right now on my hip.
That's right.
I always do. We're working on printing AR-15s because we can.
That's right.
And that's the other pressing issues that I want people to know is like, look at, the sacred masculine, sacred feminine, to me, are just as important, if not more important, because then we claim our right as a human to really navigate and to contemplate and to really get our diets right and to not have that ever-present fear overlying. That's that right. Because we're being dominated.
We're taking our health into our own hands. We're taking our self-respect. We're taking our self-defense. And that's about taking the whole sovereignty of your own life into your own hands.
That's
we have the full
dude.
power.
That's responsibility.
That's right. And we have the full power to do that within ourselves.
That's right. And together as a community, There is strength in numbers. And not only that, but what you teach is that the powers that should not be are unified. And that's what we need to be as a community, is unified. And that's where I'm so happy that you're talking about this. And I was
So look at this. Look at what's happening right here, right? A person who's transitioned to a plant-based diet is speaking with someone who still considers themselves a meat eater, but is on a trial and error basis attempting to go to a vegetarian diet, eventually probably making your way to a plant-based diet at some future point. But we can have a civil discussion about this process without hating each other, okay?
Right.
There's no judgment here. It's like,
right.
I
it's
congratulate you on making a contribution to easing the suffering of animals by even reducing meat consumption and attempting to look at going to a vegetarian option. Congratulations on that. And that's how any vegan / plant-based diet person should look at someone who's contributing less. You're contributing less harm in the world to the animal kingdom. So, I'm going to congratulate you on that and say best of luck in your efforts moving forward in that endeavor. That's what any vegan should do when it comes to reducing harm.
Well, the first thing is I got to say is I realize that, and this is my biggest contradiction that I'm working on. And as soon as I figure it out, I will celebrate it, dude, and I'll let everybody know, that it. But it's that process, like you said. It took you 12 years after, and I've been on the longest span is 8 months, and I celebrate that, dude.
I would never beat anybody up for not getting there fast enough. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing when it comes to the whole authoritarian approach. As long as somebody's moving in the right direction, okay, I'm still going to try to nudge them further. But hey, just stop advocating for slavery. You know what I mean? It's the same thing with this. Don't advocate for more harm of animals, right? You can move in that direction. And we don't have to beat each other up as long as people are being honest and moving in the right direction. What I get angry about is when people are trying to lie to themselves and others and put out information that is false when it comes to the truth about the moral truth about these things. All I'm saying is let's go to the core underlying root moral philosophy, which are called first principles, which are called the principles of natural law. And let's apply them to any given scenario that involves human action. And then make the knowledge-based determination based on morality, based on objective morality, about which direction our behavior should go. That's all I've ever really asked. Why I get so nuts and angry sometimes is because I fully realize many people are not even interested in having that discussion, and they just want to continue to apply a religious belief to their behavior. And all I'm saying is we could not even be in the same place as far as where our behaviors are, but we can have the discussion based on first principles. And as long as we're mutually honest with ourselves and each other in that discussion, there's no need for hostility, regardless, even if people are in two different places, Yeah,
that's how we bridge the gap.
Right.
That's how we make change. And look at the word converse, right? We come together to change.
That's right. To change together. That's right.
And
Bill,
that's what we need to do as a community.
I want to again say thank you for making the effort that you're making, and I wish you the best with it. And if you ever need any advice, help, questions, in whatever way that my experience can help you out, never hesitate to ask personally. I would always help you out as a friend.
But I gotta say, man, this show and the show before, these topics and the way that you cover it in depth, nobody has taken this angle when it comes to this very polarizing topic.
Can I comment on that comment briefly? Okay.
Sure.
I have to say, I would really, really love to see more people covering topics and dynamics regarding what's taking place in our world from the moral, natural law, first principle based objective rather than any other political, worldly, financial, economic. You hear all of this political talk, but so few people go to the moral core or the moral center of something, and so few argue from real first principles. And this is why some people will say, oh, I talk arrogantly about myself. And I say there's nobody out there really covering things like this. But in all honesty, there are so few, you can count them on one hand, So I do listen back to some shows to see how I do. And honestly, when I listen back, one of the things I always say, and I know this is going to sound egotistical to people, but trust me, it's not. It's actually something that I consider with somberness and sadness, okay? I hear the job that I do on some of the shows that I do, and I say to myself, why aren't there 100 people or 1,000 people doing this like this and even better? And I can't believe that I'm one of the only people that is covering these topics from the points of view that I cover them from. We need to do better in that sphere. We need to have way more people talking about things from first principles. So, it's not an arrogant or egotistical thing. I'm just being honest that I don't see it that much. But when I hear myself talking about it in these ways, I sort of am like, wow, I did a really great job in covering it from that perspective, which is so lacking in the world. And I wonder why it's lacking. And I realize it's because people really haven't spiritually gone far enough into natural law and moral, true objective morality-based principles, unfortunately, because it's very occulted and hidden from us.
Yeah, it's occulted, but on top of it, they're so used to extravagant rationalizations for things because that's all we get taught. It's when you're a kid, you do kind of operate from first principle. You're like, you're like, Mom, isn't electricity a renewable resources? Why do we still use gas for cars and stuff? And the mom will come up, she'll try to remember whatever weird explanation that overcomplicates a very simple, thing. and that's what people's modus operandi is. But yeah, let
me ask you something. As a person who's been engaging in a plant-based diet for many years, what is the biggest justification that you hear for people not moving more toward a plant-based diet in your life? What do you hear from people who won't engage this dynamic or just acknowledge that it's a better way to be in the world because it causes less harm, and where they're falling short in even acknowledging that this is true? What's the justifications you hear spouted from people?
It's usually a dead tie between the misinformed people who believe that it's necessary, and it's less of that they believe it's necessary and more that they need it to be necessary for them to justify their behavior. That's what I've noticed.
But that's the biggest one for me. I think more people still believe that human beings must eat meat to be in optimum health. They actually, in the year 2019, with all of the science that has been fully shown, and I posted this book that goes into a lot of the science. I said I wasn't really going to cover it that much on the show. One of the things I want to do when I hang up the call with you in a little bit, Carmen, is I want to show people what I posted with the last podcast, because there's a lot of good educational material there that I think people should go through. And one of them is a book called You Don't Need Meat. By a researcher named Peter Cox. And basically he covers in this book the science that definitively proves that the human physiology does not require animal flesh in the diet, or really any animal products. So you're an athlete. Carmen here, who is helping me with my natural law documentary, he's one of the individuals who is editing it. Carmen is an MMA athlete. Okay, so you participate. Actually in mixed martial arts competitively.
Daily beatdowns.
So think about that, folks. I mean, he's trained in MMA and particularly trained in Brazilian style jiu-jitsu, and he competes in MMA in the sport of mixed martial arts. And you're a fully plant-based. Eating a fully plant-based diet, a vegan.
Yep. And check this out. It actually helps me. in a lot of ways. Like, for example, my most recent fight, I got hurt in training camp. I got an actual bruised rib. Like, it was like I would say like 2 pounds per square inch of force away from being a broken or fractured rib. But it was like as bad as it can get without fracturing. And it was like 2 weeks before the fight. But since basically what heals your body is the rate of which you can, get rid of inflammation. Right. When you have a plant-based diet, things like that heal at phenomenally quicker rates. Like I noticed that when I transitioned, and now like I can rely on it. It's actually, I rely on it as a form of white magic, to be completely honest, to sort of like transcend the injuries I do sustain. Like, you know what I mean? Being a vegan doesn't necessarily make me the best martial artist, so I do take my lumps. But the good thing is being a vegan allows me to recover from those lumps faster and also not sustain injury. I mean, I don't tear muscles, I don't pull things. Everything is super healthy under the hood. You know what I mean? And that's where it counts.
Yeah. I mean, I think another thing I should have mentioned when it comes to like positive nutrients to put into your body, things that help with inflammation, like turmeric. This is an incredible spice that people should be using for anti-inflammatory, as an anti-inflammatory. And then you mix that with things like black pepper, piperine, and it'll be absorbed into the body even faster and more readily. So, people should look into turmeric formulas, or just buy a bunch of powdered turmeric and encapsulate it, buy vegan capsules and, cap it up and, just take lots of it, because anti-inflammation, inflammation is the source of just about every disease.
Exactly. It's the root cause. And that's kind of like how I like to try and approach veganism. I take the balanced approach, but I also try to almost in a way, like sort of like market it to the individual in the sense that like, hey, look, this is going to make you feel like 50 times better than however you feel right now if you're a carnist. Like on every level, physically, mentally, and spiritually, your life is just going to glow.
Sure. A lot of people, Carmen, I want to say thank you so much for the call. I'm gonna jump because I want to respond to one thing that you said there, and I'm also going to show people some of the things that I posted with the very last podcast that I put up. So, Carmen, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Also, Carmen is going to be one of the co-hosts of Anarchadelphia. We'll be talking more about that conference. I'll be speaking at it here this coming fall in Philadelphia. So, Carmen, thanks so much for the work that you do, and thanks for your contribution to the show today.
Awesome, Mark. Thank you for having me. I can't wait to hear the rest of the show.
You got it. So Carmen brought up a point that, like, when people do transition to a plant-based diet, they do feel more energetic and healthy. And a lot of people will dispute that and say that, like, oh, meat makes them feel better. Okay. Well, here's what happens with meat. It's actually decaying when it's already decayed. When you put a decaying substance in the body, your body releases a lot of things, different types of chemicals, largely from like the adrenal system, that are identifying it as something that is toxic and that is decayed and that doesn't really belong in the body. And that will often give someone an energy boost because of how the internal chemistry of the body is dealing with an internal toxin. And then that is mistakenly identified as giving you energy. Okay, the very small amount of nutrition that's coming from the consumption of meat is coming from the actual plant-based nutrients that make their way from the animal into the flesh of the animal when they consume it. And really, that's getting that secondhand. And it not only like what Nathan Redette said earlier, that the law of correspondence directly related to the moral implications of eating meat. But there's another occult law that many people don't know about because they don't really see it at work in the world enough, is the law of assimilation. This is not what is considered one of the Hermetic principles, but something that is taught in the Rosicrucian tradition and in the Freemasonic tradition. And if you really study the law of assimilation, we realize that in order to get the same thing that we can get directly from a plant-based diet, our body has to work much harder, break down the complexity of animal physiology. That's why that's why most people tend to go on the side of eating herbivores or other beings that are eating a plant-based diet, like chickens, cows, etc. Okay. If you were to choose a carnivorous animal to consume, you'd step up in the law of assimilation another layer of complexity, because that animal is eating often an herbivorous animal in order to get its nutrient requirements met as a carnivore, a nature-based carnivore. Okay, not a carnist, that is not a natural state for a human being to be in. But that natural carnivore is then eating an herbivore in most cases, and then it's having to break that down, and then you're having to break it down. So like in the Rosicrucian tradition specifically, talked about in the book that I posted with the last podcast, this law of assimilation is mentioned, and it's like talks about like that if you were to eat, like a lion, for example, that would probably be like one of the worst meats that you could put into your body for that very reason, because of that occult law of assimilation. Let's hear from Patty Lager. Patty, you're live on What on Earth is Happening. Welcome.
Hi, Mark. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Great to hear from you.
Yes, and it was great to hear from my old friend Bill up in Seattle. So, hi, Bill. I'm glad you took my call, and I'm so grateful that you are addressing this subject again. I remember, I became an anarchist through veganism, actually.
Really?
When you can, when you can see that animals are not being treated for what they are, which is like a life, a miracle. That's kind of how I look at it. I'm a biologist. I'm a physiologist. I teach human anatomy and physiology. And I marvel at just the complexity and the biochemistry of everything that goes into making life express itself the way it does. And seeing harm done to that, even at the smallest level, with a little fly, it does it up. It's upsetting to me. So then through that, I realized, well, I guess as a human, I'm being treated that way. By a power that, I later came to find out were the powers that should not be. And, it just all made sense. It all started falling in line. So it's nice to see that. And I know one thing, as I went further and further on my progression along anarchy, it came to find out that not a lot of anarchists saw animals the same way I did. And you were kind of one of the first ones that actually brought that up as, animals should be treated the same way we as humans should be treated, as beings that deserve respect and compassion. And so I want to thank you for doing that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Patty, let me ask you something. How many years were you eating a plant-based diet before you tied it in with anarchy and then went to an anarchy mindset? How long did that journey take you?
Well, I became a vegan in 2009 after watching Earthlings. I was vegetarian before that, but Earthlings really made me kind of step over to the line of veganism.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one to watch.
Yeah.
I mean, I've told people in the past. It was
heartbreaking.
Yeah. I've told people in the past, I forced myself to watch it twice, because the first time, as visceral and painful as it was, I felt like I needed a little bit more of an urging and a hammering into my psyche of this. That's how big of a meat eater I was. How I knew I was attached to it. I knew I was heavily attached to it. And I forced myself to watch it a second time, which was infinitely more painful than watching it the first time. And I won't subject myself to it again. I won't watch it again. So I've seen it twice, and that's really more than enough. For people who really want to know what really goes on with the suffering of animals, you should make yourself watch the documentary Earthlings all the way through at least once. And it's traumatic, so be prepared.
It is.
Yeah.
It really is traumatic. It's I still have kind of like, I guess, PTSD imagery from that movie where it just comes to mind and it brings tears to my eyes. But I thought, that was 2009. And then in 2011, maybe 2012, I came across Stefan Molyneux. And then it was in 2013 that I came across you. So that's when all of the pieces started coming together, that humans, animals were all miraculous beings that are capable of respiration and feeling and sensory perception. So it was just, it all came together at that point.
And we should all be free. I mean, that's what we should
Yes.
want for all life. It's like, this is about freedom, and it's not just about just freedom for us. It's not my freedom. It's freedom with a capital F. Actually, make it freedom with all capital letters. That's what this dynamic is all about. That's what life really is all about, is endeavoring to be more free. And we are more free when we are more moral, when we are doing the least amount of harm. That is what will create the optimum amount of freedom. That's how the laws of reality actually work. That's what natural law is, and that's how it works. That's why it's so occulted. That's why the occultists of our world do not want us to understand how those laws function. They want to keep that hidden from us at all costs. So, Patty, thank you so much. I mean, is there anything else that you want to bring up or ask? Because I think more people, should be coming to anarchy through veganism. I see more of it happening the other way around. I see the anarchist movement eventually getting to the idea that, that freedom should be extended to all creatures. But I don't see enough, to me, of people in the plant-based food movement recognizing the illegitimacy of government and man's law and seeing that as slavery. I have attended some not meetings, but like events that people in the plant-based community put on and host. I haven't really joined those organizations or go to a lot of their internal meetings. I know people who are involved, and I've gone to some events that they've hosted. And I don't see a lot of people who understand the illegitimacy of government at those. So let me ask you this then, how do you think we can bridge that or add more numbers to the people who are coming over to real anarchy the way you did, by looking at it from the perspective of all beings should really be free, not just humans, but animals as well. And when they're animal activists, they should understand that, the forms of subjugation that humans are subjected to, often like animals, through the slavery called government, should also end. How can we bridge that gap?
Well, I think it's just we need to be more vocal about the truth and who the real threat is. A lot of vegans try to work through the government to create
Yes.
laws that are, giving the chicken a bigger cage, or, giving them a little bit more incremental freedom than they already, are suffering from the lack of. And we have to let them know that it's the government that's the problem. Government is slavery. And if we want freedom for these animals, we also have to look at ourselves, that we are animals enslaved by the same consciousness, and it's a consciousness that's trying to limit us. So I think that the more that we can just speak that truth, the better. And I do I've been offline for a while with regards to my own weekly live Q&A. I help people learn about how the human body works with regards to detoxification. And
Excellent.
I've been using your ideas and sharing that with people, and I've been sharing your podcast with them, and people are, they understand it. They have this innate understanding that, we are being controlled, and there is an agenda out there that's limiting our freedoms, and we should question these things. So, it's just slowly we're helping people awaken and become more aware. And that's really what elevating our consciousness is helping us see what we had not seen before.
That's right. And it is a process like any other. I feel like it's not moving fast enough, certainly not for my likes. And I feel a lot of people ignore the truth about it. But that's where our job comes in. We have to be more vocal. Just like you said, we need more teachers of this. One person or even a handful of people cannot do it, folks. That's what the great work is to do. Patty, I want to thank you so much for the call. Brilliant points that you brought up. Always great to hear from you.
Thank you, Mark.
You got it. But Patty's exactly correct. We need more voices. We need more teachers. It's or we're not going to make it. Things are not going to go well. And another thing that she said is, look at how much the government's involved in the suffering of animals. Look at how much they subsidize the meat industry. That's going on, and the dairy industry. That goes on all the time. So not staying silent about this is a huge part of the effort to change it. And this is where, I see every day people patting people on the back, and saying, great job. I keep doing the work that you're doing. And I keep asking, help me. And it's great when people want to contribute and do contribute. That's awesome. We need that help as well. Okay. The best way anybody can help me is to get involved in the great work themselves by developing the courage to speak the truth. That is the absolute best way anybody can make a contribution to this work, because the more people who are speaking the truth, the more we're going to be able to get it out there to all of the people of the world. And that's what really needs to happen, because contrary to popular New Age belief, as I've talked about in my New Age bullshit seminars, for a quantum shift in consciousness to take place on a planet such as ours, with the type of species that we are living on it, numbers are required. It's not something that happens with small groups of people, as many people believe erroneously. We need large numbers of people to tip the dynamics and tip the scales in the opposite direction. That's why it's called a quantum shift, folks. A quantum leap or a quantum shift in consciousness. What is it based on? The word is quantum. That's the word quanta from Latin, which means an amount, a number of something, an amount of something. It's in the very word. A quantum shift means a shift in the amount of people who are doing something or thinking a certain way. This is what people never really make the distinction in language, and they believe this New Age variant of what it means for a shift in consciousness to take place. It's, this tiny little group of people is going to drive it. No, it has to be driven by the majority of people for really things to change, for the dynamic to be flipped. And this is what a lot of people don't want to hear. They want to believe this New Age notion that like a small sliver of people are going to drive all this change. It never has worked that way, and it never will. People can influence that change, but the change doesn't take place until most people are doing it, until the majority of people have actually converted that into real world action. That's when the change actually takes place. You can argue about how much small groups of people will influence something. Like that's why I continue to do what I do. People will say, what difference can one person make? A lot. But guess what? A whole lot of people driving that dynamic can make it happen a whole lot faster. And right now, we're really playing beat the clock. Okay? If you don't think that, you're not paying attention. We don't have an unlimited amount of time to change the dynamic that's taking place on this planet. Okay? Because evil can and does win, and destruction can and will occur. And if you don't believe that nature has a tipping point itself, where it says this far and no further with this species that's causing this chaos here, well, I mean, you're very naive about how nature works and how eventually it takes things into its own hands. And when it decides to do that, humanity will not stand against that force. Okay? So we need to have an adult, grown-up understanding of how those nature forces work. Essence of Anarchony. Essence of Anarchony, you are live on What on Earth is Happening. Welcome.
Hey, thanks, Mark. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Well, I'm pretty much in the same boat as old Bill Church there.
Okay.
Still eat meat, trying to work on making the transition. Haven't seen Earthlings yet. How long was it between when you saw Earthlings and stopped eating meat?
I think I saw Earthlings the year that it came out, which, if I'm not mistaken, was either 2006 or 7. It was definitely before I became a vegan and before I became a vegetarian in the year 2007. So I'm assuming Earthlings came out at least maybe 1 or 2 years before that. I don't want to definitively say. Maybe my producer might be able to look it up and just tell me. But I saw it, I guess, around late 2006, early 2007, if I recall correctly. And I went vegetarian in April of 2007. So I have been vegetarian now for over 12 years. Okay. Earthlings was the year 2005. I'm being told.
Okay.
Okay. So 2005 Earthlings came out. I saw it in mid to late 2006. And then I decided in early 2007 that I was going to give vegetarianism a try. And I started attempting to become vegetarian by weaning off of meat in early 2007. It took me 4 months to make this decision that I was no longer going to consume meat and I was going to be vegetarian from that point forward. And I never looked back after about April of 2007. So last year was my 12-year anniversary of being vegetarian. I struggled with going fully vegan and attempted it and kind of like fell back on just plain vegetarianism for about 12 years. And last year in mid 2008, so it's been, we're coming up on almost a year. I think like at the very beginning of the summer around June, I decided to be fully vegan. So, in a couple months, about 10 months, I've been fully vegan, fully plant-based diet. So less than 1 year for me, about 10 months fully plant-based.
Okay. Well, yeah, I plan on watching that movie pretty soon. And even as someone who still eats meat, the message that you've given over the last 2 weeks is so easy to understand. And I don't see how anybody could argue with it.
That's all I'm asking is to hear the argument from the objective moral standpoint in natural law. That's it. Then let's be honest regarding that. And then we could talk about where we are all at in that process or not involved in it. And that's all. Like, it doesn't have to be this war between us, It's like, okay, you're still eating meat. We're having a civil conversation and you acknowledge the moral aspect of it and understand that you could change your behavior to do less harm. And as long as we have that basic understanding, then you can make the determination of how you're going to proceed. I'd like to even just see that in the whole political sphere, to help people to understand, hey, if this is really slavery and government is really slavery, what can we do to try to work toward eliminating it? Just like how can we wean our way off of doing harm to animals and eventually not do harm to animals? They're living their lives. They don't want to be harmed or killed, just like we're living our lives and we don't want to be harmed or killed. It's very simple to understand from a moral perspective, but here's the key. If we're being honest with ourselves, we just need t-shirts made with that on it. If we're being honest with ourselves, because the word if needs to be the largest word because that's what it's really all about. It's like,
definitely.
Yeah. So I want to just thank you for your honesty, right? Thank you for your self-respect regarding your honesty, even though you're still eating meat. We can have a mutually respectful conversation because we're both being honest with ourselves. And that's all I ask anybody to do.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And like I mentioned on the last time I called, I got a radio show in town. And since that last call, I've been talking a lot about these sort of things on my show and talking to friends of mine around town about freedom of humanity and truth. And people are so hard-headed. There's people that I've considered, decent people and I've liked for a long time and they just can't hear it, it seems like.
Yep.
And it's like
religion. Let's be honest. It's religion. This is why I call religion the one and only problem, because all incorrect forms of thought that we can't let go of are religions that are holding us back, binding us to the lie and tying us back, holding us back from getting to the truth, which will actually help improve the human condition. It's all religion that does harm,
Right. Oh, yeah.
Again, as I've said in the past, a quote that people have made into an internet meme is, I've said, we need to, as human beings, stop trying to make our religion the truth and start making truth our religion,
Yeah, that's definitely true. And I got 2 quick things before you move on to the next caller.
Sure.
I do a lot of gardening, and just growing your own plants seems so important too. And especially when you consider industrial agriculture. And just looking at the face of it, it's bad. Especially I was looking at a Google Earth shot the other day and you see all these farms and it looks like a low resolution digital photograph. So but so many animals get harmed in the runoff and in the giant combine harvesters that
Sure.
growing your own food, even if you do still eat meat, that can help lower the amount of suffering.
Sure. And we could keep it local. You're using the local nutrients. You know, it's another thing is like I have a few things to say about this, because I have to be honest with myself and with other people. I haven't really done much in this sphere because of how busy I am with what on earth is happening. I have a little bit of land that I could use to plant some food out in my backyard, and it's a very small amount comparatively, but in South Philadelphia it's actually like considered a large backyard. Okay, so but I don't really have the experience, the know-how. I have not really tried my hand much at gardening, a little bit, a very little bit, but I'm beyond, quote, pun intended, I'm beyond green regarding gardening, okay? And I don't have the green thumb, so to speak. I could use help with that, and it's like, I want to learn more about that and practice it. But like, it's like most of my time is consumed with this. I don't really have the time to dedicate to that here because I do this type of work. This is one of the things that if I didn't have to do this type of work, if I wasn't like morally obligated and forced to do this type of teaching, because if it was just common sense knowledge, I wouldn't have to spend my time doing this and my resources doing this. I would take up two things. The two things that I would want to devote more time and energy to would be creative efforts and nurturing efforts. I would want to get involved in more art. I love music and have done that form of art, but I would want to get more involved in actual different forms of art, like drawing, painting, a digital artwork, etc. And I would want to get more involved in gardening, learning how things optimally grow, planning food for myself, etc. And these are things that I just have not had the time in life to dedicate more time and learning to, because of the nature of the work that I do with teaching natural law and morality. That's one of the reasons I wish humanity would get past this silly stage and condition that it's in by believing in false religion and turning that into hardened cult belief systems, and then my time would be freed up to do more things like that. But at some point, maybe I should try my hand at it here at some point in the future, because it definitely is probably something that's also mind centering, like a meditative exercise.
Very therapeutic.
Yeah, right.
And I was glad you mentioned old John Kohler the other day, because not only does he have a good juicing channel, he's got a great channel about growing your own green.
Excellent. The dude's great. He's got a great attitude. I love his information, so I highly recommend people check him out. And also Dan McDonald helped me a lot with, green juice recipes, made a lot of those, did a lot of good for my health. So I think people should check him out as well. And again, to me, the king of juicing was Jay Kordich. I grew up watching his stuff and just learned so much about what to do with juicing from Jay Kordich. I didn't link to them in the last show. I probably should definitely link to some of their videos or their basic channels on this with this podcast for sure. So thanks for bringing them up.
Oh yeah, and I've got a juicer and I've done some juicing, but I definitely want to get more. And there's a bunch of good resources on the internet because gardening doesn't have to be expensive or hard necessarily. There's a lot of good tips and tricks to make it cheap and easy.
Sure. I do have a little bit, believe it or not, a small amount, not in any way any kind of an expert. My grandfather was a carpenter. He was kind of like a master carpenter. And he taught me a little bit. I have a minor amount of carpentry skill. I just helped a friend build some wood-based garden beds that she's going to be has a lot of land and is going to be growing a whole lot of food out in her outdoor garden. And I showed her how to replicate the work that I did, basic woodwork to make basic garden beds. And, that's the extent that I've gotten involved in the last, little while in helping with gardening. So.
Oh, well, that's a good start too. I mean, help out a gardener. They'll probably give you some produce.
That's right. Yeah. That's kind of like, what the implied agreement was. So, hopefully that'll come to fruition at some point.
Well, and then I got one last question, but you can shut me off after that and go to the next person. What do you think about the health effects, good or bad, about fermented foods like kombucha or kimchi, that sort of thing?
It's another oversight on my part that I really should have talked about and really given some visual images regarding. You cannot underestimate how important fermented foods, fermentation in general, is in the human diet. It totally activates positive gut health, which is where all the immune system really is starting at, is with, the health of the digestive system. And kombucha, I drink as much as I can. I was brewing it on a daily basis. I haven't done that recently. Barb is still does kombucha brewing and gives me kombucha from time to time. My assistant Leah does kombucha brewing and gives it to me from time to time. I buy it in store as well. But if you can make it yourself, that's the best way to do it. And it comes out the strongest and the most health beneficial that way, especially if you get a really good, healthy colony. So definitely I advocate for drinking and brewing your own kombucha. And just any type of fermented foods, making your own fermented pickles, making fermented beets. I drink beet kvass sometimes. I like sauerkraut. I mean, making your own sauerkraut, cabbage is just so healthy.
Oh, yeah.
It's just one of the most, for the gut, for anything in the gut, stomach, intestines, the whole digestive system, juicing cabbage is unbelievable. But fermenting fermenting cabbage to make sauerkraut, you should definitely get into that as well. Very easy to do, very inexpensive, and the health benefits are through the roof. So fermented foods, I absolutely advocate.
All right, I'm glad to hear that because I love fermenting things.
Yes.
But when you mentioned about meat fermentation causing all the effects in the body, that was just meat-based.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for talking to me, Mark. I'll talk to you later and keep having a great show.
Thanks so much for the call. I really appreciate it.
First, I just wanted to mention, because we're on this topic of carnism, and by the way, thank you for speaking about it in the way that you do. I think it's really needed, as you know, and
thank you.
At some point, I intend to get into that as well. So when I was really young, like way back as far as I can remember, before, probably prior to the age of 6 even, I distinctly remember being really disturbed when I came to the realization or found out that people kill and eat animals for food. That just really bothered me. Instinctively, intuitionally, that really bothered me.
I think almost all of us are as children, because when we first are being given foods that are animal-based, we don't really directly make that association when we're very young. And then at some point when we reach the age of being able to reason that out for ourselves, or being told and understanding it by our parents, then it's sort of an initial shock or an initial trauma to us to understand that this is what human beings do to other animal life. Some of it hits harder, and that resonates more with us from a very early age than others. And some of us don't really think too deeply about it so much after the initial understanding hits us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So, just through familial indoctrination, I never really got totally hooked or addicted to eating meat, but I did it for a number of years when I was younger, all through my teenage years. And then when I was about 25, I read a book. I was in a relationship with this woman who was already vegetarian, and then she read a book called Skinny Bitch. And after reading that book, she was like, I'm going vegan. And I didn't even know what vegan was at that time. I was like, what's that? And so I read the book. She was, her just abrupt inspiration to do that got me curious. So I was like, oh, I'm going to read that. I read the book, and then I decided, okay, I'm going to do the same. And for me, my experience with making that transition was quite easy. And I basically went cold on all of it. didn't do any gradual
Wow.
transition. And for me, I think it was easy to do because, like I said, I wasn't really addicted to meat. I ate
Right.
it because I got kind of, I got conditioned to think that that was okay and normal, of course. And then over time, just consuming it a little bit here, a little bit there. In my family, it wasn't a staple thing every night having it.
Right.
It was like a couple times a week, maybe.
Right. Right.
So anyway, for me, making that transition, and I did that that was like a little over 10 years ago, 2008. I made that transition to going totally vegan. And during that time, I was working as a landscaper in Seattle, Washington. And I have to say, thinking back to that time, I don't think I've really ever felt a whole lot better, like physically, mentally, just felt really good after a few months of being on the plant-based program.
Mm-hmm.
So just a little note for everybody out there who's listening, who is on the fence about trying it or has tried it and heard it, do it right, like you said, and you'll get the good results. And I must have done it right the first time.
And your body was largely, as you said, accustomed to eating more of a plant-based diet in the first place, because, as you said, you weren't a big meat eater, or your family really didn't prepare a lot of meat-based meals. So it's like, for people who are coming from it from the perspective where they really were having a meat-heavy diet, that's why I recommend that gradual transition. And even if you start by like just eating one meatless meal a week and then just go to 2 or 3, you could just do it like that. There's no need for an abrupt, a sudden change. If you were to try it like that and it works, okay, well, I almost consider like the people who do it like that kind of got lucky, because a lot of people who do try it and go very quickly with it, they don't have as much success. And I see that over and over again. So it's good that your body, your physiology kind of already had the way paved for it in that respect by the way that you were eating, and to do it in a more a less gradual way, let's say, was successful and easier for you to do. So that's very fortunate, and I'm glad it worked out that way. Yeah.
Something that I wanted to mention along that I think you appreciate is,
sure.
So back then I did that. I only did it for a year, and then I got into, during that time, oddly enough, some of my coworkers, I used to smoke cigarettes. Mm-hmm. And, I got on this plant-based program, and my coworkers called me out, and they like, so what's up with this? You're concerned with your well-being, your health stuff. You're eating plant-based, but then here you are smoking a cigarette after your vegan burrito at lunch. Right?
Internal contradiction regarding your health. Yeah. Overall.
So they called me out on that, and I thought about it didn't take long. I was like, okay, I've wanted to get rid of this nasty habit for a while. So eventually I worked into that, and that was something I didn't do cold turkey. So like you're saying, when you're addicted to something, and hopefully people that are addicted to it can first acknowledge that they are addicted, because that's the first step, right?
That's exactly right.
Making a gradual movement away from it is totally necessary. Like, I did some preparation when I quit smoking to get the body ready, cleanse the liver, and be prepared for the withdrawals, or be more prepared to handle it and not go into shock. So, but anyway, so was on plant-based program initially for a year. Then I got through my research into what I was preparing to quit smoking, the knowledge I was taking in for that. I came across Dr. Mercola and started reading his newsletters and articles, and kind of got sucked back into eating some dairy and some meat on the basis that it's okay as long as it's produced humanely, right?
Yeah,
so for a few years,
heard that justification over and over.
Yeah, and the whole thing, like, it's natural, normal, natural, necessary. Like, we need certain things from the animals. The protein's different than plant protein, all that stuff. So anyway, I got sucked back into it and started actually fishing. I live in Washington, and I got into fishing for salmon and steelhead. And primarily when it came to meat, that's all I ate for a few years. And I have to say, for anybody out there who's listening that thinks that the animals are here to serve us in that capacity to use as food, I have to tell you, it's not true. It's wrong. And if you haven't, trying to speak specifically to people who've never actually killed an animal. If you haven't done it, then it's easy for you to think that.
Right.
Try killing an animal and then talk about how that animal reacts to the action you're taking against it, because they don't want to die.
Right.
I've never had a fish just jump out of the river onto the bank and be, willing for me to just knock it out and cut it open and bleed it. It doesn't work that way. They want to live. They have a purpose, and it's not to serve us and our stomachs.
When there is alternatives that we could engage in that doesn't necessitate that. Again, I've been honest and said, in a very survival based situation where there were no other possibilities to sustain my life, would I sustain my life by taking the life of an animal to sustain mine? I would do it in a survival situation that absolutely mandated that. That said there was no other way. But when there is another way to do it, there is a viable alternative that can maintain optimum health. This is what many people still don't believe is necessary, that believe the necessary, quote, argument of meat eating justifications. Whereas it is definitely provable that it is possible to sustain our human life without doing that to the animal kingdom. And that's all this level of honesty is all I want people to get to, to just understanding that's the scientifically provable truth regarding the matter. And we can make it now it's a choice, right? And we can make a choice about how we want to behave in the world after we have that information clear in our minds regarding that it's not necessary and that we do not need to do this. It's not a need or a necessity. So thanks for, reiterating that point. And it's absolutely true.
Yeah. So what I was getting back to what I said about something you might appreciate. I don't know how many years. It was maybe like five years, maybe actually about 6, where I was back to eating a little bit of meat and select, very limited dairy products. I used to really love cheese, but I tried not to get back into that because cheese seems to be pretty addictive. But anyway, when I got turned on to your podcast and all of your work, it was you who got me re-inspired to go back to being plant-based, because I thought back to my childhood and how I instinctually felt about this whole topic. And you've brought to my awareness the occult reasons why we should not do this, because of the negative consequences it will manifest in the world, especially given what you were just talking about, how we live in a type of society now where the structure is such that we don't need to be killing and eating animals to survive and provide nutrition for our bodies. We can get it through other means, and it's just not necessary. And so for those occult reasons, I got all that from you, and I was like, okay, I have to go back now.
I'm very glad that I was able to help you, to influence you to look into those matters regarding the occult aspects of this. This is what I did with the earlier work that I posted regarding this topic in the earlier podcast. Again, I believe it was episode number 122. And I posted with that occultism and vegetarianism, which gets into what slaughterhouses do to the etheric and energetic field of the earth. We have to understand we're all interconnected energy. And as one suffers, even one being that contributes to the negative etheric energy field of the earth, because it's all operating as one living dynamic energy field, and we have to understand we're all part of that, and it affects us, and it takes somebody really being strong and to get themselves to a strong place in their mind, body, and spirit to be able to even come to the point where they're able to resist that overwhelmingly negative etheric field that's constantly having death and suffering interjected into it at the energetic level, to even get themselves up to a point where they are able to process and understand truth and then work on their body and their mind and then help others. I mean, it's a process and a journey for any individual to do that, knowing how badly polluted the whole etheric energy field of the earth is and how it got that way. So it's like, that's why I try to work. I have a lot of shortcomings when it comes to understanding how weak other people are regarding that. Like, because I'm strong in doing that, it makes me automatically, look at other people should automatically be that strong, but they haven't done the lifting that I've done. You know what I mean? I may not do a lot of physical weightlifting. I try to go to the gym when I can, but it's like, it's the same thing. You try to throw a barbell at somebody who's never lifted a weight before, they're not going to be able to handle it. It's the same thing with all of this information. It's like, if you haven't done the heavy lifting when it comes to the information, all of this info, it's going to be very, very, very difficult for people. They're not going to get it all at once. It's going to have to be a journey where they start with the light weights and build their way up, So it's a process. So thanks for bringing up that point. And, I am glad that I was able to point you to some of the more esoteric and occult knowledge when it comes to that, because that is the ultimate to understand where the truth of this all goes to and lies, is all in that space where we understand this is all about energy. It's operating at a higher plane of existence, at the unseen level, than that which is operating at the seen level. There's a lot more going on at that level where our senses don't reach, but there's a part of us that does reach there, and that's the spiritual part of us. So fantastic points. I really appreciate you bringing up those points.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Real quick, if you don't mind me adding, your original discussions in the podcast series on these actually spanned more than just one podcast. You had number 121, number 122, and then part of 123 was dedicated to that topic as well.
Thank you for reminding me of that and our listening audience. So it's those 3 podcasts, everyone, 121 through 123. Thanks, Ethan.